Looks like we might be. Are we? I think we are. Okie dokie, Buster.
Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
Big up, Ed.
Well, it's alright. We are live. I don't know what's going on with the screen. We are live on a Monday with Model Affliction Monday. Bit of a weird one because the Model Afflicted are pretty afflicted to the point of well, using intimidation as if names mean a thing. So as you might have noticed, there is a give, what was it? I can't even remember what it's called. Give. There's a
Give, send, go.
Give, send, go up at the top.
It's a fundraiser.
Yeah, fundraiser for the continued support and security measures that I'm going to be needing, and also to say, yeah, upgrade my computer. I'm going nowhere. I'm staying here. I'll make better videos. Maybe do a bit of gaming. Maybe take this out show on the road. say goodbye to people. No intimidation needed. We've had to take some action from some people. I mean, it's not as if a name means much, except to a youngster. But I mean, names don't mean much to people that have got nothing to hide. So my name's out there. Everybody already knows it. It's nothing to be used as a weapon or a threat or anything. It's just a name. In fact, nobody knows me like that. I'm just Bev. So, today is the Model Affliction Monday. And today I think we're going to be talking about the tactics and arguments that the model afflicted use, because, well, I think because they don't actually have any arguments, they have to use many intimidation techniques, mainly not for the people that are here, because obviously the people that are still in this, fucking crazy. Why stay in here? Because there's a great group of people. Sort of a sanctuary amidst what other people deem as the community. I don't think we've ever been part of it. That so-called community, although a lot of people thought we have. They've used us to bash and name call, whatever. Not a flat earther, never have been. Not a globe earther, never have been. Not got a model, never have had one. Only been here to try and work out what's going on to hopefully help my son grow up in life with a whatever understanding you have to have in this day and age. It's crazy. I found logic, I guess, at an early age, and I've been stumbling through life trying to get a grip on why other people haven't seen it, and I eventually found a group of people here. There's a lot of people around that just want to try and see sense, but can't seem to get involved in a conversation because the conversation always goes somewhere else other than where the conversation was meant to be. Without getting to the point, going round and round in circles. And I think I ended up coming to this area and this group and this people because I was led here by how bad the trolls were. I mean, I went on a search to look for the worst trolls. Purposely. Went with the try thinking, made an account, try thinking, and then decided at some point I had to start documenting it because it was crazy. And the best way to document it is just to record the conversations that you have. They didn't like us recording it first. They got upset as us doing that. They said we weren't allowed to do it. And now, look at where we are now. People still can't talk about level being horizontal. Or the methods that we would use in order to prove it. Or the actual proofs within geometry. People can't talk about it. It's bad. And instead of actually talking and having a civil discussion about anything, all they want to do is obfuscate however they can, cause drama, intimidate people into not asking the question in the first place. Somebody said, what's the poll about? Well, it's about time. Is it about that time we decided to say, don't give a shit? Everybody already knows who I am. We go and do tests. Whenever we're doing a test and we're out at the beach, let us know. I'll come and shake your hand. Quite a few people have done that. I've not been lucky enough to meet everyone, and I probably never will. I mean, that's what we do here. This isn't this isn't just a normal group of people that are intimidated by this name thing. Everybody has a name, and using that name isn't that important. It's what you do with it. You try and intimidate people with their own name. It's a bit weird, but that's not what it's for, I don't think. It's not to intimidate me. I know what my name is. I know where I live. It's to show everybody else that's listening in or watching in what lengths people will go to stop people, new people, from coming in, having a conversation about simple truths. I think that's has allowed a voice the way people want to shut down conversation about stuff. So tonight, everybody, the usual model Affliction Mondays, but I think it's about time we started exposing some of the shitty tactics that are going on in this arena. Because shutting people down in a place where there's meant to be discussion, and shutting, not allowing people to speak. And I'm not talking about censorship. I mean, you can't allow trolls to just keep talking and asking questions and silly questions. I'm pretty much done with the model talk, really, as well. We've always been at a place where we know what we're doing. Talking about reality. It's everybody else that comes around here seems to want to sell globes or talk about a flat earth. I'm not really into any of that, personally. Although I do like to talk to people about the reasons why they believe that sort of thing. So if anybody wants to come in, talk about any tactics, talk about anything, come and let us know what you're doing. No models under a threat tonight. Nobody's going to be threatening anybody. We have had to ban some prominent members who were actually doing some very bad behaviour. using information to intimidate people. That's right. Nutsack.
It ain't gonna work. By the way, those tactics that you guys are doing, it ain't gonna. I promise you, it ain't gonna work.
Well, I know there's a Discord, at least one Discord server. We've been kicked out quite a lot of the other ones. Don't know what they're doing. But there's at least one Discord server, MacToon. You want to go over there? Go and see what he's doing on his server. If that's not intimidation, I don't know what is. Well, I don't think it's meant for me either. It's you know, I know the sort of people MacToon has over on his server. I think it's meant for those, for his little minions to go out and I don't know what they're gonna do. That's why I think I might need security cameras. Because I don't know why as well, because there seems to be a group of people that are anti-geometry, they're anti-logic, they're anti-simple, basic, building up from first principles talk, anti-proof, anti-reality,
Anti-everything that's sane and human and decent.
Well, I think it all comes down to those self-evident truths, right? Things that just are true. And they don't have that. And therefore, they don't think that you can have that too. Well, I do. I do have self-evident truths. All horizontals are parallel. There's no way to prove they're not. And just because there isn't any way to prove there isn't, doesn't mean there is a way to prove there is. You can't go beyond the bounds of logic to describe logic. It doesn't work. We've been over many things over the past few months, years, months mainly. It's like the leaps that we made through the logic and obviously having people like Brenda around and a lot of these the model afflicted to teach us about the inconsistencies and the contradictions within a model. There's a lot of people don't like hearing about these contradictions.
Paraconsistent logic and all.
Yeah, they feel threatened. And like MacToon said when he was in here the other day, if he feels threatened, he will dox you. And it's pretty obvious George feels the same. But what does it take to threaten people?
You explain what you mean by doxing and what you don't mean.
Oh, doxing is when you actually use somebody's details to uncover something about their personal details and then print or show those personal details online. I'm not talking about somebody's name or anything like that. Actually talking about what we had to experience here at the other weekend. One of the members of the panel said their name live on a show, and there's another group of people that then take that and do whatever research they do or you know whatever, and then use that to show people that you know they've been looking out for it, they've been dealing with it. It's the printing of those details afterwards to intimidate, I consider, doxing. Not a name. A name is, everybody has a name. Can't call that doxing. Saying somebody's name. Unless, I mean, but I don't know whether YouTube think it any differently, or whether, you know, the reports for Discord people think it any differently. I'm not too sure.
Hey, Bev.
Hey.
Everyone. Bev, what's going on? I mean, I'm listening to you almost every day, and I'm totally confused about everything that's going on here. Did something really bad happen that I missed, or?
Well, I don't know whether you know. Over the past 3 or 4 months, we have been attacked. I don't know why, because somebody posted something in the Discord server, right? And Bob the science guy was having a conversation with Mobius, and he was meant to be coming back for a 2-parter. But then he came over here and said that he'd been doxxed.
Bob the science guy?
Yes.
Okay.
And we said, what are you talking about? This is all documented, right? He said, it's in your chat. And we went, what do you mean we doxxed? Somebody had posted a YouTube video in our Discord. And that was it. Literally. It's still out there. It's still on YouTube.
And
it's just a video.
And the video didn't dox him?
Well, it had his name on it, and I read that name out.
Okay.
It had his picture, and he was in it. I was unaware that was doxing.
Okay.
But he then put a claim in about the video, and I had to cut it and take some details out of it, you know, where I said his name. So I did that. And then he took it down again because he had to take his picture out of it. And then he took it down again because something else had been seen. There was like a second clip of something that I hadn't quite covered up, and that had to be taken down. So he put in about 10 of these takedown notices on the YouTube. And then he realised that, obviously, that wasn't doing anything. So he then put in 2 copyright strikes, which shut my channel down. So I had to be quiet for 3 months because I knew I was under attack from Bob the science guy.
He normally shows his face, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they've just got this idea that doxing is doxing, and Bob's got power hungry, and he's done this thing. But the other week, I put another video out. The one when he was initially doing all of this other stuff 3 months ago. It was around the time that Rakia did a conversation with him about shorter than a straight line distance, which we all thought it was absolutely brilliant. It was one of the best things that we'd ever done, right? Got the model Afflicted to say such a ridiculous thing. And maybe that might have had something to do with Bob, and you know, he may have had a mental breakdown or something. I don't know, speculating.
It's kind of telling about the lengths they'll go through.
Yeah, well, I put it out eventually after 3 months, but Bob copyright struck that one even with Buster's music and all of that, all of the cuts that I did in it with the DP's memes all over the front of it. Bob still decided that was entirely his.
Well, you know, these people have mental problems, so I mean, I'm kind of shocked that he went through those kind of lengths, but wow.
Well, he called that doxing, right? Because his name. Then I don't know whether somebody did say something in here or whatever the other day. Maybe somebody's name was mentioned, and Bob went crazy again. And then he's obviously got McToon involved in it. And
Well,
McToon's jumped to Bob's defense, and now McToon is literally, he's saying my name all over the place on Twitter. He's on his Discord server. He's got people out looking for me. Probably, I've got people that have said in McToon's that they'd be dumping a gravel on the front of the drive and all
Are
that
you
sort of
serious?
stuff. Yeah, I mean, I've had it for ages.
That's only the tip of the iceberg. Yesterday, somebody took a picture of one of us here's house, got it from the internet, and posted it. That's the length these people go to.
Because you claim a straight line is a straight line.
Yes.
You're
Yes,
really
sir.
bad people here, guys. Wow. I can't believe that. That's insane, guys. That's insane.
I can't imagine why somebody would be doing that to, because I mean, they've been saying it all along. Whenever we do the tests or anything, they find out where the canal is and all of that. It's just intimidation.
And all this is to protect the globe?
I think it's just to stop new people from coming in.
Oh.
If they can stop new people coming in and hearing a sensible discussion, really, I think that's what it is. This whole arena is built around a straw man of stupidity, and if people come in and they find there isn't any stupidity, it's a conversation that gets you somewhere.
It certainly does. And I understand. That makes sense, I guess.
That's all I can say. I'm not for sure, right? But
I know, but that's pretty cruel. That's pretty cruel.
Well, that's why I came in, right, looking for the worst people on the internet, right, on Twitter. It was. So that's where I started off. And I started off looking within the different conversations and arenas. Initially, I started off, with the atheists, because the atheist didn't like the religious, but not with the same venom that Globers don't like flat earthers.
Oh, you were looking at the conversation between the atheists and the religious people and seeing what kind of direction that went in. And you said that it's not anywhere near as venomous as this.
Yeah, I came into this whole thing on Twitter with a purpose to try and understand what the fuck's going on. So I can help my son, right? Because I have no model of my own. So the best way I can assimilate everything that goes on is to talk to as many people as possible, get as many different views as possible. And then I can build a picture. I mean, that's how we work here. This whole Discord server works like that. And I think that's why people like to come here, because it's a backwards and forwards conversation all the time.
It is, Bev. You do a great job here. Much respect.
But that's the whole idea of what we do. And I think that is what people don't like the idea of, because the conversations we have here, they're sort of argument ending. Takes the argument away from it completely.
And they opened up the thought process so much, dude. I mean, the things you've shown me since I started listening to you, I'm amazed. I really am. I think you're one of the most brilliant people out there right now. And I'm not trying to kiss your ass or anything. I love the direction you take and the path you're walking. It's brilliant, in my opinion.
Well,
sorry. I'm not trying to embarrass you or anything. So,
well, no, all help gratefully received. But I mean, that's the idea. It's try thinking, right? The whole name is meant to be that. And that, I think, that's what they don't like. The idea of the try thinking. I mean, I initially gave myself that moniker, right? But it's there for my lad. That's why I took on Bev Try Thinking, because he's the inspiration and I'm doing it for him. So it's almost as though he's telling me to try thinking, or I'm telling myself to, you know, put a bit more thought into it.
That's awesome, Bev. You have a great outlook. That's awesome.
So, yeah, anybody's
I wish
coming
there
in.
were so many more people like you out there. The world would be a much different place.
Yeah.
But people don't want to think. They just want to directly connect the TV or whatever to their brain and do what they're told. Accept it as fact. That's it. I don't have to look.
Ask yourself, what kind of human being would take offense to what a guy like Bev, a simple man like Bev, a family man, is doing, just talking about a straight line?
It makes no sense.
Imagine what kind of man would take offense to that.
Not a man.
Absolutely not a man. Absolutely. This is what fascinates me, and really, like, I say to myself, like, I know there's horrible people in the world. Like, you know, I've been through a lot. But to see this kind of malicious behavior towards a family man, a kind, gentle person, it kind of just like blows my mind to imagine what kind of vermin we're dealing with here.
Yeah, how does a person get to that point?
Yeah. Like, how bad does your life have to be? How horrible do you have to see the world to behave in such a manner?
He said,
I think it's just insecurity. I'm sorry, Bev.
Yeah, they threaten. But McToon told us he will attack if he feels threatened. So there's something that we're doing that threatens them.
I mean, they take these personally, you're saying.
I think so.
It's a threat to their paradigm.
Well, maybe it may be a threat to their YouTube livelihood, right? If they've built up around a load of bullshit, then maybe they might feel threatened. But
and you think most of their self-esteem for their character, whatever, I hate that term, but comes from the fact that, you know, they've been accepted for the knowledge they know and the knowledge they've learned, and for them to ever see their knowledge being false would totally destroy their paradigm, would it not?
I think the paradigm that they've got at the minute is the argument. I think personally, the arguments have been made by people to keep them going in circular arguments. I mean, the arguments aren't real. They're not. They literally don't have any basis in reality at all, as far as I can see. The most of the arguments.
So you can never come to a conclusion then, and not a real one.
Yeah, there are some things that we will never know.
Oh, I agree.
And establishing that fact is something that a certain group of people can't admit to.
Well, we do know how water flows.
Yeah. We try our best to. Yeah. There's certain things that I stand as a fundamental truth. One of them, I think the one at the minute that's troubling them the most, is T-shirt logic. It's horizontals being parallel. That is such a simple truth.
You know, that's what I was gonna say. That's so weird because that's so basic to me.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
But as McToons wrote into his definition, right, the implications of certain statements of you making them make you a flat earther now, because he's rewrote the definitions. And that's what these people are doing. They're basically rewriting definitions. They're coming out with an axiom or a definition that all definitions are meaningless. But then they're having the nerve to rewrite definitions in front of you as though they're the ones in charge.
It's because they have no firm ground to stand on. They can't keep shifting their position all the time.
It's the hate that really perplexes me. Why do they hate us so much? Like, okay, take example Rumpus, right? Everybody knows Rumpus, right? We all disagree with him on everything he says. But me personally, I don't hate him. I don't want harm to come to the Rumpus. I wish him well. I really, from the bottom of my heart, I wish him well. I don't want to see harm. Why do they want to see harm come to? This is what really boggles my mind. Like, why?
Because their reality is threatened. It's the only thing I can think of. I don't know. I'm not in their heads. I don't know.
It's really sad to see a human being like that. I mean, it's really sad.
It truly is, Essie. I mean, what gets a person to that point? I mean, to do what they're doing, what you're saying, that's insanity to me. I mean, if they just disagree that much, just walk away from you guys. Why do they even listen to you?
Like, you hate somebody so much that you're willing to go online, find this house, get a picture of it and post it. Like, ask yourself why you would do that.
To someone who's never done anything to anyone. Exactly.
Yeah.
Except enlighten their thoughts.
Look, you come into my house in the middle of the night and you bring it to I'll mow you down. I'll put 7 bullets in your head without even blinking an eye to protect my family, right? That's a whole different story, right? Here we're talking about a harmless person, a harmless individual that has never harmed anybody.
Who's talking about straight lines.
Exactly.
Bev, I hope it's just all talk, man. If anybody messes with you, God, I don't know how quickly I could get there.
Yeah. Not intimidated at all. All I've got is a simple truth of level being horizontal, right? I've come into this group because, like I say, I was trying to find how you could say so little. Basically a truth, really. I was trying to find a truth that you could say to somebody that upset people. And I ended up finding it by somebody calling me a child abuser. Because I said that the horizon didn't rise to eye level.
Well, how could it?
Yeah. Because horizontals are parallel. Like, one level won't rise to another because they're both at their separate levels. That's what I said to him. But he wanted to call me a flat earther. And that wasn't what flat earthers say. So he was left in a paradox at that point. And it fried his brain. He called me a child abuser.
Wow. I'm glad I'm not them.
At that moment, I knew I'd found the group of people that I could state truths to. And I've been lucky enough to find Emma.
I've never found anything you said upsetting at all.
That's because you're not of the group of people that gets triggered by truths.
God, that makes no sense to me. People should want that. That should be the goal of everyone.
Don't know. It's a really weird society that we're in at the minute.
Yeah. They believe in the manufactured world. The one that's created by man, not reality.
Mm. Yeah, troubling questions can upset people. And when they get upset, they feel threatened. And if you threaten them, then they attack.
I've experienced much of that. I know.
Strange, isn't it? And I've purposely gone into conversations because I purposely don't want to trigger people. I want to get into the conversation so I can learn. But there's a group of people around here that literally don't want to have that conversation at all.
Yeah, that part blows my mind.
You people, you know who you are. Ask yourselves, why do you do this? This is not normal behavior. Look in the mirror and ask yourself, why am I doing this? Why?
I'm not sure these people are able to have self-reflection.
We had a
Yeah.
presentation with Askin the other day, I think would be very beneficial. Thank you, Askin. Like, obviously the timing was bang on. Logos. I don't think they can. I don't think they're aware of it. It's like the programming. They've been downloaded with this thing, and it's a defense mechanism. It's the same as diletheism. It's just a response to cogdis.
Yeah.
Yeah. You never know how anybody's going to react to cogdis. And when you go into geometry, the deeper you look into geometry, the more troubles you'll have. If you don't have a firm footing in the first principles and you start at the bottom. That's why geometry and logic is such a good foundation. It really gets you, it does get you thinking.
Sure does.
And that entire process of thinking sometimes needs to be undone all the way back to the beginning. As I think we all experienced this week or the last week, the pi and the number relationship to the geometry made a lot more sense to me, or it came a lot clearer.
That's another thing that was you made me see it pi in a different way that I'd never really looked at it before. It's so many things you've done for me that way. I mean, it made me see things clearer than I thought I had I thought I had an understanding there. My understanding is much better now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's logos. Like
Yeah.
you're right. You think your eyes are open, but then you get them opened a bit more. And how did that happen? Thought I understood it, but now I understand it, and I understand it a bit more. And I understand that there is more to be seen as well that I haven't even got to yet.
Yeah, I know, and that pisses me off because you learned it yourself, and I'm learning it from you.
You're learning it yourself as well, aren't you? That inspiration that you get when you learn something, that's yours. That's what it's all about. That's where the proofs are. That's where everything is.
I agree, Bev.
And I don't think there's a group of people may feel jealous that they can't go there. And that may be behind what they do. Maybe they don't have the way to express fantasy, right? It's hard work to express to people something that's in your mind, but if there's a reality to something, it's very easy to explain it. That's where we're at, hopefully. Eric says, the geometric argument is so strong, it's always been there, waiting to be found. It's a huge threat to the model, which means the group is a threat to the model. That's right. The geometry's always been there, like he says. It's not as if it's something we need to keep a secret, because it's not. I mean, this is the simple truths that are out there for everyone.
Yeah, people don't want the truth, Bev.
I know. But for those people that do, come on in. The Discord is where it's at. This is like a public face that we are forced to put on.
How do you mean?
We're much better actually in the light. Although I don't think I'm much different anywhere. But you know, the actual Discord group is much different. This here, we are here because we need to show people. If we weren't here showing people what we are actually like, then the impression everybody would ever get of us might be something
different, yeah.
False, something wrong, definitely misleading. Because whatever you've heard about us, that's not what we're like. It's not what we're about. Unless you've heard that we're just about simple logic and geometry and reality and having discussions with people. Which is what we are.
Yeah, I've never seen a reason anybody should complain about anything that happens on this Discord or channel. It's all been educational to me. And funny.
Comedy.
I mean, you need
comedy, and music.
Especially, and music, good music. It's always funny when somebody tries to make a trip in a shorter distance than it actually is. That was a good one. Yeah, but this is a great Discord channel, in my opinion.
Yep, we're building it up. This will be the start of Try Thinking and me putting effort into this. I mean, I've been in the past making videos, sort of studying for myself. Building up courage, making myself into who I am. Not knowing where I was going. I'm 50 years old now. Been a carer. Still a carer. I'll continue to be a carer. I'll not be able to do any jobs because I'm a carer. So this is what I'm going to be doing. This is obviously what I've been made to do. Circumstances have forced me into this position, and it seems like it's needed. I have to now come out and defend my name.
No, you're a good man, Bev. Fuck that.
Well, it needs to be documented, right? If we weren't out here and if we didn't have to put ourselves out live, right, we wouldn't be here. We'd be in the Discord like we were. We wouldn't be on YouTube. We wouldn't be live streaming. It's a group of people that have made us here, put us in this position. And with I'm now having to do this GoFundMe and put myself into this position. It's not a GoFundMe, is it? I'll have to write that down. I can't remember what it's called. Fundraiser. Just to, support myself. Because the family's under attack. And obviously we've been under attack for ages. But that was just Try Thinking that was under attack. McToon's made it a completely different game altogether. So thank you, McToon. Thank you, Fight the Flat Earth, for bringing me into it, calling me a child abuser, bringing me into this group of people. And thank you, McToon, for pushing me out there to become a YouTuber. Competition, that's what you want. I'll talk about basic, simple geometry and logic. you do your little challenges with the flat earthers. We just talk about reality. And it's about time. It's about that time that we started letting people know. Come to reality and just learn a bit for yourself. And don't be threatened by people. Everybody knows where you are. This is the digital age. A name means nothing. Only the intimidation of people that use it to be intimidating. But I mean, I'm not intimidated. I just say basic truths like level is horizontal. And if anybody wants to come and take that argument on, come and have a chat.
I don't see how that can be logically disputed.
It can't, can it?
No, it can't.
So they have to do away with logic. Which is why we're in the position we're in at the minute, I think. Finding that you know, whenever you come up with an argument, the opposite of it always occurs. And now we've come up with a rock solid geometric proof of an argument, then they just deny the geometry of that argument's built on. With no founding in reality. So if you go to meet and have a debate with a group of people that literally have zero basis in reality when you come to the crux of their argument, and what are they arguing with? You're just arguing with people's fantasies, and people can make up anything.
Yeah, you start with a false premise and just take it where you want.
Yeah, that was the big development, was the realizing that if you lose the truth value of logic, then you can literally make anything true. And staying in the bounds of Euclidean geometry, you can't end up with a model. So you have to alter the truth values of anything to end up with the model. It's not true. And that's upsetting for people. Losing a model. Big E. It's a friend to a lot of people. He, she, they, them.
But it doesn't literally do anything for them. It just supports the fantasy. That's all it is. I mean, they get nothing from their model except the ability to fantasize further from it.
I think they gain power over the straw men that they've got within this group. You know, they because it's so controlled, they rule over it, then they definitely gain power from being on one side of the argument or the other.
What type of power?
It's like an intelligence power, isn't it? It's like a superiority type thing. You can be in a group of people and join the consensus and gain the knowledge of the consensus.
Amazing the job they've done on us. I'm not talking about the trolls. I'm talking about our education system in general.
Yeah, it's a
Amazing.
fantastic trick.
It's a brilliant plan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, wow. I mean, if I was evil, I would definitely be loving that plan.
Well, it's, people like that would become very wealthy, right? Because they have all the control. Well, guess what? They did, right? They control everything: the banks, the schools, the entertainment, the publishing. What more do you need?
Exactly. You think that plan was hatched by one person? I mean,
No way. This is above. I think it's above the human,
yeah.
thinking. I think personally
Look-
think it's a spiritual side, but
I agree, Ricky.
it's hard to wrap your mind around it as a human, right? Even the numbers they use are not, you can't even fathom them.
No.
But when you start learning their language, right, the maritime law system and that language, you can see how it was constructed. Everything points towards a control system.
Yes, it does.
I can remember years ago, before this topic came into my life, I learned about how the Rockefeller oil, that the oil and the transportation of oil, and then the education. It started with the medicine and the medical field, and wanting to control those books and those professors, and how it started. How you fund programs and how you fund buildings, and to control the university and the publishing house. And from then on, man, there's no stopping you, right? You're the only person that can stop yourself, and why would you? It's over then.
It seems mind-boggling to be able to control all those aspects. It doesn't seem possible in reality.
Trickle feed, I think.
Yeah,
There was a big plan at the beginning, but then it's trickle feed. It's like once you get removed by grandfather, or maybe great grandfather,
it only takes 100 years.
Yeah,
you could change the world in 100 years easily, right?
nowadays.
So think about it. Yeah, with the media. Might have took a little longer back then because word of mouth, and you had newspapers, or started with the telegrams and stuff. But now it's instant, right? But it would take 100 years for people to forget and to get used to the new program.
So easy to forget, isn't it?
Yeah,
forgetting's
initially,
easy.
I think that's what the World's Fairs were for, indoctrination centers. You actually got diplomas when you left the World's Fair.
Yeah. I went to one in New Orleans, and it was just mind-boggling, right? What? Spaceships, or back then it was the floating cars, like the cars that wasn't on roads, like roads in the sky type transportation. And so they had the gondola that went across the river that kind of simulated, this is you floating in the air going around the city. And you forget all about that, right? But it sticks in your mind.
Oh, yeah.
How easily, they infiltrated people, about, just everything. Abortion, just the topics that you don't even think twice about now. Crazy.
Well, I'm not intimidated. I came in here, right, to find myself intellectually stimulated. I came in with questions. Like, I know Rakia, definitely. SE, absolutely. All of us have come in here with questions, asking for things, and we've never had an answer. We've never even been given some sort of a method to be able to do it. They've never contemplated what they would need to do. They just hide behind ridiculous arguments of shadow giants. Some of them are tiny things that have disappeared. They're around, they just can't talk. These shadow giants, the fucking ridiculous ones.
And it's not that they don't even want to talk. It's that they ban us from their channels. They come here, antagonize, whatever. They can come. We're not scared of them. We're not, But the thing is they want to take down the channel. They want to use skullduggery tactics, shall we say, like unethical, unmanly. Like, why do that?
I don't know, man. They ban us from their channel and then they come here.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen, man.
It's like, stay away. If we're like a vampire to you, right? Stay away, man. Hide your blood. What do you want me to tell you? Don't come.
Well, I know they can't keep away, right? It's like a moth to a flame. They're fascinated by it. But it scares them.
So have a conversation with us. Don't try to ban us. Tell us we're stupid. Tell us we're dumb. Show us how we're dumb and stupid or whatever.
You don't understand.
Yeah, tell us we don't understand, whatever. But it's not a man. You sure you were an officer? You know who I'm talking to. You sure you were an officer? I highly doubt. Shame. You are nothing but shame.
I highly doubt it. I'm willing to put 10,000 in escrow, man to man. Just it didn't have anything to do with channels. Just me and him, right? DM, just DM me. I'll give you my attorney's name. He'll give you the account. I won't even know that you did it, right? And he didn't want to approve it. Oh, I don't want to dox myself. Attorneys can't dox you. You think my attorney's going to risk his license over doxing you, or that you're just deceiving people?
They're empty shells, bro. They're empty shells. We prove it all the time. That's why they do what they do.
I'll talk, no walk. Yep.
Well, I could have lost 10 grand, right? Because there's a small chance that he was a pilot in an Air Force and that he's just crazy now, right? But no, I'm confident enough that he's a deceiver to put up the 10 grand. I'm willing to lose it to prove that point. He's not willing to win 10 grand on proving that he was an officer and a pilot. That's how you know, man. I mean, this is, like, offer me 10 grand to prove that I'm a contractor. All right, here's my license. My name's Dave Gafford. Here you go. Pay up.
Yeah,
what, you're going to call my contractors? Yeah.
10 grand would come in very handy. Thank you very much.
Yeah, hand it over. Appreciate it.
And I'd be telling everybody, hey, I've got 10. This is Dave's 10 grand.
Right, they could have rubbed that in my face forever.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They could have super chatted themselves with it for ages.
We will not let the shadows win.
Yeah, Buster's got some killer songs. Wait till you hear his new shit. Logos was rolling heavy the other day, wasn't it?
Yeah, that one was like passionate, man. That one was good, yeah.
That's why I don't think they realise that when they do this to us, it has the opposite effect. some of the best stuff that we do when we're under pressure, and I wouldn't really call it pressure, but gets you thinking more. Why are they doing this? Why would anybody have such an attitude over a model when faced with basic geometric truths and logical truths as well? I do find it very, very strange. And we're going to continue the journey. Obviously, I think we're done with the model argument, although there's still going to be a lot of upset people that are going to keep chasing us because they have some sort of an argument that they think that they want to win with us. They want to tie us to something. They want to label us in something that they want to make up. When actual reality, everybody in this Discord server is their own individual. We have conversations. Everybody in here is different, and everybody gets their own say. We have disagreements and discussions. Nobody falls out. Nobody does anything. Things get talked through. It's one of the best places, I think. I don't think there's ever been anywhere that I've been able to go personally, but I mean, I do tend to trigger the shit out of people from talking about what I do. I can't help that. And this is one of the only places where that doesn't seem to happen. So whether it's a group of people that we've got here, or the topic of conversation that's different, or the way we talk, I haven't got a clue whatever it is, but it does definitely seem to be different. I don't think anywhere else ever had a Emma. Might be that.
Yeah. Look, people are the way they are. You're into what you're into. Did anybody ever have a friend who knew all the stats of baseball or football or something? There was always that one guy, right? And then there was another guy that knew movies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all this is. There's no freaking geniuses or leaders or followers or... No, we all have our interests and our knowledge. That's it.
Yeah. If I want to know something about music, who do you think I'm going to ask?
Buster.
God's scalpel.
Yeah, ask Gods or Kosho. We're all the same person.
Yeah.
Or am I going to ask Buster? Of course I'm going to ask Buster.
Yeah.
I'm not going to like it. I don't want to give Buster the credit, but that's who I'm going to go to because I'm smart.
The sign of an intelligent man right there.
Yeah, I'm smart. I'm smart. I'm not going to go, hey, Kosho Gods. I mean, Gods, Kosho, whatever your name is. What about this chord? Like, how do I play this music? Can you teach me guitar? Oh yeah, I read the manuals this weekend. No problem. I'll teach you. No, that's not what I'm going to do.
And now the day I learn more about geometry than Bev, then he's going to have to come to me and ask me about it.
Exactly. Until then, I'm going to come here and go, yep, I'd forgotten all about that. Right? Like, I remember a portion of that in 5th grade, but I forgot it, right? I don't really apply it every day. So I've kind of gotten lost in it. But now that makes sense to me. But
I couldn't give a damn about math or anything. It was no interest to me at all, that subject. Zero. Could care less.
I studied curves more than in college than I did anything else. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Straight lines didn't interest me at all, ever.
Same here, brother.
It was more of the curve variety that I enjoyed more and spent more time, studying.
Yeah.
Studying is a good researching. Trying to do observations and test with, right? Like, you get what I'm saying. Those were the days, man.
in a daze.
Whoa, what is that test? The dual, what is it? The double blind study. I was doing double blind studies every weekend I could.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
So
And I have
put
to
your
say,
egos at the door and come on in, man. It's very simple. You can teach us shit. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that can teach us a lot of stuff. And we'd be willing.
first of all, my first question to anybody that has knowledge about construction is, what is a concrete layer? All my life, I've never heard that term until like a month ago. Paid National Shill. I'm a concrete layer. I never knew I was.
Laying concrete like carpet.
Yeah, I lay
Like grass. Rolled grass.
sod. You lay sod. I don't think you lay concrete. I don't know. Hey, who knows? Maybe that's what they do.
Maybe they made a mistake and they meant to say bricklayer.
Come on, man. You hear so much dumb shit. How can you be an American and say lay concrete? You were an officer. You flew multi-engine planes. Do you think it's concrete laying? Or jet skis? Oh my goodness. How many engines are you rated for? All of them. I challenge you to find any pilot with a license to tell you that.
Some of the answers are comical, aren't they?
All of them. I'll never forget that. Hey, bro, what? I mean, you have a license. That's fine. Well, how many engines are you rated for? All of them? You can't make that shit up.
That's why they don't like us, that I think. Because he definitely doesn't like you. Right? If there is one person who can make him leave a room, it's you entering it. He goes at the sound of your voice.
Yeah, he knows Rocky to stand his ground. He
can get away with all that bullshit with anybody else.
Yeah. I was just over at Jose's, and Rakiri is not liked over there at all.
It's kryptonite. I know enough to be dangerous, but I mean, seriously, the only thing I'm really, really good at is bullshittery. I know when you're lying to me, man. I just do. It's the curse, bro. You can sit at the table with me. We can just have a conversation, and I'll call you out. Yeah, that's bullshit. Come on, you didn't really do that, right? And then most people that are just trying to boast, they'll go, well, I did this portion of it. They'll back down. Not him. Nope. Refueled SR-71 and flew for Pan Am. No doubt. I just didn't say that on Discord, right? I really did that.
Right. So is that because that's got you into the gambling? Because you are like that? Because you will literally call somebody's bluff, right?
Yeah, that's what makes some poker players better than others. They're willing to go with their gut, right? To do the math, listen to the story that's being told, and then go with their gut no matter what, right? Yeah. Like, I'm not worried. Once I buy into a tournament, I'm not worried about that $5,000 or $10,000.
Yep.
I'm worried about first place, that $100,000 or $1 million or whatever it is. And that's what sets people apart. That's why when it gets close to the money, like there's a certain percentage of players that enter that are going to get their money back. It's called the bubble. That's when I get super hyper aggressive because I know people don't want to go out. So they're going to lay down hands that they wouldn't normally lay down because they don't want to get knocked out of the tournament and not get their money back. That's just the fact of life. Your amateur players want to make that bubble so bad and be able to text their family and friends, I made the money. Well, a professional could give a shit about making the money. He's already made the money, right? He's already making money. So I'm taking full advantage of what I know, that knowledge. And I'm hyper aggressive at that time, and I'm winning pots I wouldn't normally win. And then once the money breaks, there's pay jumps. So after that, depending on how many people are in the tournament, you might get 10 or 15 places, you pay jump up to twice your money or 3 times. And then you do the same thing again. People want to make that pay jump. And not everybody now. You got to stay away from the people that you've already determined aren't worried about the money. You know, if you're sitting next to a guy that's got a Rolex on, he's probably not worried about that $200 pay jump. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's a millionaire. But if you're sitting next to Joe Blow, that's a truck driver and's got his chips stacked up all neat and Harley hadn't played a hand, then you better be damn sure I'm going after him when he raises or does something, because I know he wants to make that pay jump. He probably needs to make that pay jump, right? To get, to pay his plane ticket or whatever.
Mm.
You just use everything, all the information to your advantage, but knowing that the story doesn't add up is very, very, it just comes naturally. That just doesn't add up.
Being able to call a bluff is, I guess that's what's made you unliked, right? Because in this bit, I think there's a lot of, can we say, actors, people playing a part.
I would say characters.
Yeah.
Same thing, maybe. I'm guilty, right? I'll just confess. I'm guilty to being a little different than I normally would be if, we were in person or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think everybody does that to a certain extent. It's human nature.
Yeah, I'm a completely different person than I was when I first came into this. I've been 2 or 3 years training myself to be what I am now, but I'm guessing I always thought I was the same person, but Logos has shown me many different things on the journey to be here. I think we've all grown. It's one hell of a journey, whatever we want to call life as, and whatever you have to deal with people. It's not really worth going round and round in circular arguments for so long. I think there's a time to say goodbye to the circular argument and try and move on. I think we did say at the beginning of this year, when we started with the proof thing, it is we'll go positive rather than negative. Try and push forward with proofs. Didn't take that long, did it? If you work out right at the beginning of spring, gives us the start of the summer season, testing season, to go forwards without getting pulled back into these circular arguments. Obviously, it's not going to be enjoyed by most people when we do the test, the water test, because it's purely geometric. A straight line. Some people have a straight line and some people don't have a straight line. There's no need to get upset with somebody that thinks that a straight line is a straight line. That's good. Nice shout out. Nice mean. We got some new people in the chat. Anybody want to come in the Discord? Click on the link. Pop on in. Put your name in the chat. We'll give you a VC role. Come and have a discussion about what tactics are deemed fair within a discussion. What tactics you'd go to defend a model. Whether you think a substitute for proof is some sort of intimidation tactic so people don't ask questions. Is shutting down a question as good as answering it? All tactics.
It is if you want to keep your fantasy model intact. And that's fine. That's fine with me. You can keep it.
Yeah.
I say no, because when you ask a question, other questions arise, which keeps leading you somewhere, hopefully to the point you want to get to.
See, some questions are too tough for people to handle.
Oh, I
For
understand
example,
that.
I'll give a small example. Let's say somebody will come up to somebody and say, hey, man, you know, could your wife be cheating on you? You'll say, what? What? Why would you say such a thing? Well, you know, the other day, could have sworn I saw her. Wasn't sure. Could have sworn I saw her like hugging another man in the park.
Now, that's a question you neither want to hear or answer.
See, you got a choice to make right there, right?
Yeah.
What do? Do you attack the messenger? You're full of shit. What are you trying to say, man? My wife wouldn't do such a thing. Or take the info and go and investigate.
Yeah, I can see how that provokes an emotional response. I don't see how these questions provoke emotional responses.
Because I don't know, it's tied to their identity. I don't know. They don't want to admit they've been fooled. I can't think for them. I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm going to be on mute for a few minutes here. I'm cooking dinner. I don't want to bug you guys.
Good evening, all.
Evening, FPV. Good to see you.
Evening, people. How's it going?
Oh, good evening. I was just away for a second.
Hey, FBV.
Hey, guys, ladies, yeah. How's it going? Yeah, very interesting, these developments that you keep coming up with on this channel. You know, I've been watching for a while and watching how more desperate they seem to be getting now to try and stop it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at the moment they've lowered themselves to posting photos of the front of people's houses.
That kind of shows you who they are then, really, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Expose themselves. That's what I come into chat about, actually. There's another level you can take this to, but well, I'll have a chat in private with you about it sometime.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah,
good.
thank you.
And I've got some ideas to put by you.
Completely unexperienced about any of this sort of stuff. Yeah, I'm just a lowly carer who can barely switch a PC on. I quite like making videos, though. It's good talking to people.
Well, it shows you you're of the target there, doesn't it? You know.
Yeah, well, I mean, like we've always been in the same place. We've never really changed at all. Come with the same argument, just got more people. You know, there's a good group of people here now. Well, I'd be tempted to call a think tank, but
yeah, definitely the stream I come and watch more regular, and I don't watch many streams, so take that as a positive.
oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't get around like as much as I used to looking at streams, but I do like visiting this one. Yeah, you've got a brilliant team here. Keep it up, guys. Doing a great job. Great to listen to. Great how you explain it and teach others. And it just destroys them completely, doesn't it? And look how desperate they're getting.
Yeah. Having a model and logic at the same time is hard work, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, this is where you sit back and laugh because they've got nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, they never have had, but you just keep proving it and proving it. And the desperate measures they take and the excuses they come out with, and even these ridiculous challenges. Wow. Oh, it's comedy gold. It really is. This is the best they've got.
Yeah.
Just sit back and laugh and enjoy it.
Well, I think
that's my advice. Anyway, just laugh at them. That's all I've ever done.
Well, their challenges, right? They're only there to fool people on their side. They're not fooling any of us with the fucking ridiculous challenges.
Yeah, it's given idiots that follow them information to chuck out there, but they're the ones that's going to get the flack for trying to push it. You can't prove any of it, so you know they're the idiots, just the messenger, aren't they?
Yeah.
Guinea pigs sending out new ideas or ridiculous challenges that. Yeah, funny stuff. Who'd have thought it would have come to this, guys? You know, why not just sit back and say, okay, you're right, you know, just get on with it. We know you're right, blah, blah, blah. But it's never going to happen with these people. They've got an agenda. And everyone sees it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the problem is, I think, it's simple of the T-shirt logic with horizontals being parallel. If they're not parallel, then horizontals don't exist. But they obviously exist. So that's got to fry your brain. If you've got a model that requires curvature, then that's got to do your head in.
You have to put that aside to start with, don't you? You can't start off with that idea that you're already living on some shape. That's just, you know, that's biased. It's just ruined. It's, you know, it's not research you're doing. You're just making excuses for something you assume you're living on.
Yeah.
How's that research? It isn't. It's just bullshit excuses for it. That's all you're going to find, isn't it?
When I first questioned it, the first thing I wanted to do was measure the water, right? That seems like the most logical thing. I didn't want to look up at the sky and measure angles and I wanted to measure the water curving. That's the whole thing. I mean, that's the curvature, the sphere, the shape, that's what gives us the shape.
Yeah, it's the proof we're all looking for, isn't it? Where is it?
So if the water's curving, then I would want to go figure out, how in the hell, what type of force that's a non-force that's weaker than all the other forces would hold all this freaking water on.
Yeah.
But until then, I don't need to figure any of that out. Like, I don't even want to talk about it.
Well, that's when the real scientific journey would begin, isn't it? You know, okay, we found curve. How the hell does it really work then? Look at the answers. They haven't got any. They just try and convince you you live on a curved surface and sell you Google Earth. That's all they're doing.
Paradox, isn't it?
Yeah, you live on this.
Paradox Earth.
It's insanity. It really is. And they're always, they always come in with a high horse, like they've got the answers. No, you've got excuses. That's all we've seen now for years, excuses, and they're getting worse and worse. I think they actually run out of things to point at as a proof now.
They've got no proofs.
Yeah,
They've literally given up on proof, right? They started a bit ago saying science doesn't prove anything. Only proof is only in maths. And then just recently they've had to go, well, maths isn't real. It's just abstract. So there is no proof for them at all. Nothing.
They're
got
telling
nothing
you
to
they
gain.
live in
You
a
know.
fantasy.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
telling
it's actually-
you. Just listen. It's a fantasy. It's in our mind. They're telling you every day.
And they all contradict themselves, don't they? One way or another, they're contradicting themselves, trying to get new answers out or new challenges or whatever. It's pathetic. What we expect to see, adults, teenagers, and gamers. Maybe you'd have that kind of I can see, but not in an adult world, surely.
All the adults are doing it. They're all,
yeah.
they're all gaming.
Should we call them adults?
Well, they do Lego, right? And stream it. I promise I will never do a live stream of me making a Lego model.
A Lego globe.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. No matter how many super chats, I won't even switch super chats on. No, I won't do it. Don't commission me to make a model of a rocket or a globe or anything like that. It's ridiculous. I'm an adult.
So what's tonight's discussion and the model afflicted under threat?
It's like we're not model afflicted, as he says, making a Lego model. All the bits are flat as well. It's like Disco Ball Earth. Lego model. It's fantastic. Contradictions that you have to hold is what brought me here. But I mean, it's mainly the people and the horrible trolls that I'm fascinated by. But the contradictions within the model.
So they're basically doxing people now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm guessing that there's a thing. What happened to Brian Mullins? Whether that was a thing, whether it was scripted or whether it was done to show people. I feel we're in a similar situation at the minute. In order to get people out here, right? Now, the lesson I think that was learned by the Mullins effect was if you're a professional or you work in a job, don't get involved in this conversation. Don't open your mouth. You can listen on Discord or listen on YouTube or do whatever, but don't come in here and open your mouth, because there are people out there that will do what they do here to try and make people disappear. Just not needed within the conversation.
Yeah, it's getting desperate out there, isn't it?
Yeah. People hiding from
Which
reality.
well, you know that you're at that stage now where you can actually wrap this up a bit and say, this is what they've got, this is what we've presented, done and dusted, isn't it?
Yeah,
But we'll get into that in a private chat. I've got some ideas I want to put by you. Not for me, for you guys, I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got a great team here. I do enjoy listening in and watching them struggling to come back with with some kind of an argument. Yeah, excellent work.
I like to tell Gary in the chat, my lad did the garden the weekend the other day. So, again, I don't know, it only just got done the other day, Gary. I don't know whether you're looking on Google Earth or something, but...
Now imagine somebody making a comment like that. Somebody you don't know asking you when you're going to mow your lawn. Hey, when are you going to have sex with your girlfriend? Or do you have a girlfriend? I bet you don't. These are the scum I was talking about before. These are the kind of people that intrigue me, that people go out of their way to do this. Like Gary, is your life that miserable? Yeah, it probably is for you to be doing this, man. I really, really feel sorry for you. I really do.
See what it just last time I was here when we were starting to have to ban them. You know what was going on there was in your favour, really, Bev, because you could have reported any one of them. You know they didn't even hide which channels it was. You could have reported them for harassment, bullying, and all the rest of it. Threats. Moderators probably got screenshots of what was going on, and you know they'll have seen the reaction to banning them or timing them out. Doesn't look good for them at all, does it? Very unprofessional.
Well, I mean, I don't particularly think that sort of censorship is worthwhile, but yeah, I mean, everything's documented of all of this sort of stuff, of everything that's going on. It's what all we've ever been doing.
Yeah, that's what all you have to do, and just show the world what they're doing. This is their answer. Attack you.
Yeah, don't be surprised if you get a knock on your door there, Gary, by the authorities, asking you, what exactly did you mean by that comment, sir? You guys think you're so smart, huh? Yeah, everything is documented today. So keep it up.
60 people watching. Thank you for joining. It's an interesting night, Model Affliction night. If you want to come in and talk about a model, talk about tactics that you use in order to defend your model. Do you feel threatened when people talk about a model? Do you feel threatened personally when people laugh at a model?
Hey, Ben.
I had a conversation with Del a week or so ago in private, and I was saying to him, you know, if you're going to come into this arena, present a map or a model, you better be prepared to defend it, explain it, and prove it, or you're going to look stupid really fucking quick. And these people excel at looking stupid, don't they? You can't explain your model. How stupid are you for even trying?
Bev, excuse my ignorance. What do I need to click on so I'm seeing the same thing you're showing on the YouTube channel?
Pardon?
Sorry?
What's that?
You know.
It's in. You just need the live chat.
Live chat, yeah.
It's just above this room, a couple.
Okay, thank you.
And it's not us guys that's looking stupid, is it?
Not only are they looking stupid, but they're getting into offensive, like legal stuff. They're going to get into trouble if they're not careful. They really are.
Well, I wouldn't want anybody to get into trouble over somebody like me. I mean, there's no point. I'm just talking about simple stuff.
It'd be easier if they just admitted they can't prove shit, wouldn't it? Okay, you got me, I can't prove shit. Where do we go from here?
They've already admitted they can't prove anything. But I mean, what they say is, when they say they can't prove anything, they also say that you can't prove anything as well. Which I find ridiculous.
It's a tantrum, isn't it? It's just a tantrum, that. We can't, so you can't either then.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all it's after.
You know, how many of us would be wasting our time in this arena now? I don't know how many years you guys have been here, but there's lots of people who've been here a long time. You wouldn't waste this amount of time on something if there was nothing there, would you?
Well, like you say, I think we're about done here, but I've used all of this time to find a group of people, learn me for myself, and find Logos. I don't think I'd have found Logos as easily out in the real world. I call it the real world. Isn't that weird? Rather than in here.
Yeah.
I guess this is the real world, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting really interesting there as well with the geometry, and they were coming up with all these non-Euclidean geometries, which you
Making
can
shit
see.
up, you mean?
Well, you can see some of that coming to life in my research, can't you? You know, these halos and the Vesica Pisces. No, that's why it's that's what piqued me interest even more when I started seeing them popping them up, and I thought, well, I'd like to hear what their explanation is for that. What are they trying to say it is? That's made us want to come and more listen to what they had to say about it. But I don't think they've got anything to say about it. It seems to be a comparison between the Euclidean and non-Euclidean. That's all they're using it for. I don't think they're actually given any explanation of what it is what they're presenting, what's on screen. So it's not any proof of any kind. It's just a comparison. That's all they seem to be using it for. So they don't even know what they're looking at, do they?
I don't think, since non-Euclidean geometry never makes it out of conceptual 2D, there's nothing for you to base it on other than Euclidean. So you can see Euclidean geometry everywhere. I don't know what they're thinking of at all.
That's what I was waiting for. I thought, this looks interesting. What they're going to come up with here, and what they're going to say that represents. Then I was waiting for some kind of an explanation from them on it.
I've been waiting for an explanation from them about anything to do with the model.
Yeah, true.
And it's just obfuscation that leads you round in circles and gets you nowhere.
Yeah, and always claiming the high ground, trying to pretending they've already got the proof, and you're just challenging it, which is actually the other way around. They've got nothing. They're actually challenging you now, aren't they?
Well, I mean,
you've challenged them. They've got nothing. Now they're trying to challenge you with bullshit challenges that doesn't prove a globe either.
Yeah, well, I haven't got a clue what that challenge is from McToon with a rewrite of something, and then to sort of send his little peons out after us to try and intimidate us on his Discord channel. It's ridiculous. I mean, he should know that you can do fuck all with an angle, so you can't actually do whatever he wants you to do. And it's a double play because I think he knows he can't fucking do it either. There will be somebody around him that says, oh yeah, I've done it. I did it really accurately. I got within a mile or something. But there's way more stuff that they need. It's like there's a big deception game going on.
I drove in my car through the mountains and around the mountains, and it's glowing.
I drove a shorter distance than a straight line.
That's the one.
Has to be a globe.
Has to be.
I know. I think the main part is that it's upsetting to people. The cog dis response when they're asked something where there is no answer and they don't have an answer there. Their cog dis response turns, well, I don't know. Real people?
The ego kicks in, doesn't it? And then they start coming up with piles of shit that they can't prove.
Only these hardcore, though, right? The Globe Defenders that have been in this arena, the ones that develop the, let's say, Globe Earth Society or Quora arguments. Yeah. You know, the ridiculous fucking things. Well, that's who we end up talking to. And we've developed a geometric truth system that they can't even join at step one, where we have a straight line, because they know that the argument or the argument goes all the way through, and the straight line disproves their model. So they can't have the straight line at the beginning, at the base. That's got to be a bad position for you to start off at. It's almost as bad as starting off an argument where you say everything's flat.
So you're probably best regarding them as like concavers then, really, aren't you? They're in the same level as what you would call concavers. They haven't got anything and they make excuses up and troll the shit out of you, trying to get you to believe it's real.
Well, they don't know. George is the same. You put a level, a spirit level, right, on a horizontal, then it tilts up. It's higher at each end than it is in the centre. It takes a concave form. And they can conceptualise that at the same time as thinking it's a globe, right? There's some weird mind tricks that go on.
When I heard George saying that, I couldn't believe he was actually saying that.
Yeah.
You had a perfectly horizontal piece of pipe, and he's saying the ends are higher than the center. How can you even conceptualize that?
That's model affliction, right? Only a model has made somebody say that, right? But you can any of these. You put the glober in a position where you start talking about geometry. Eventually, they'll have to end up saying something fucking stupid, bend in a straight line.
And he said it was due to a gravity something or other. Boy, they can imagine a lot of things into their conceptualization of what they want to see.
Well, he's agreeing that a horizontal line is a tangent line on the curved surface, and the middle would be touching the Earth. And if you extend it out perfectly on each side of that point, and pour water in at each end, the point that touches the Earth would be closer to the center of mass. So gravity would pull that water to the center. But there's a couple issues there, right? First of all, yeah, nice story, right? Cool story. Let's see it. And the other thing, so you're saying the water's gonna bulge up in the middle because of gravity pulling it down? It's a real problem. The water's going to be higher in the middle because gravity is pulling it down towards the center of mass. Yeah, that doggone huh? Water doesn't support its own weight. I don't care. It doesn't matter how you try and explain that. And never ever has any plumber ever put a horizontal pipe knowing that the other end of the pipe is closer to the center of the earth and that gravity is going to pull that water that way. He would always slope it off the horizontal, knowing that water flows because of the slope, vertical change from horizontal. Plumbing 101, shit flows downhill.
Is that the Jose Gary account, or is that just the Gary from Gem Pandas? Very intimidating.
Wants to push you in the canal, I see, huh?
Yeah. Well, we'll let you know when we're doing it, Gary.
That's in Geo.
Yeah.
Blue wouldn't give me any more information on his event next month, nor did Jose want to announce the event taking place. So I don't know what they're not supporting Blue at all.
What, they're not wanting to go to Blue's event?
They don't even want to tell people what's going on. I haven't heard one mention of it at Jose's. I even asked Jose to get Blue to describe it and tell the date and time and the building that it's in, and Jose wouldn't do it. Maybe they're still mad at each other, or maybe they're scared that people might show up and call out his bullshit.
The Globers wouldn't call out on Blue's bullshit. I mean, I would imagine it'd be jam-packed for people to go and see the Cavendish. The Great Cavendish of Blue. He's gone to a university, if anybody doesn't know. Do a shout out for Blue. He's got an event where anybody can go and see his Cavendish working in the university. I think it's a private event. You might need to get in contact with Blue, but I can't see why a university would make a private event for someone like Blue, unless he's a big honoured guest or something.
Maybe he's a big alumnus because his daughter graduated from there, and we have something in common. My son just got his degree, his master's from a university in Tennessee.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so me and Blue, yeah, like 2 weeks ago, just graduated.
Well
and
done.
my daughter is still in the program. She's getting her master's also from the same college in Tennessee.
So
me
just
and
round
Blue
the corner.
I think so. I have to look.
Is he into physics?
My son?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
That's not what is.
Has he ever done a Cavendish?
No.
Has he ever detected any earthquakes?
No.
Wow. This is his chance then.
That's what I agree. Now, he did think about 2 years ago that water ran uphill in the Mississippi River, but we straightened that out.
Just the Mississippi. Everybody has their own river that runs uphill, don't they, on the globe? The
Well, it has
Road.
to, right? Because of the distance. But there's no hump, right? It has to run uphill, but there is no hump. Strangely enough. Is there not a downhill to an uphill? Like if you're going to claim a river runs uphill, wouldn't there be a downhill run?
It would have to make itself up again. I don't know. It's the same as the parallel lines, right? If they do touch, at what point do they touch? Can they be touching at both sides? You know, there's too many contradictions once you start to allow these like weird. As soon as you see a question, right, with the glow model, and your brain normally goes, "Wait a minute, isn't it?" And it seems a little bit too tricky for you to work out, and your brain normally just goes, "Nah, I'm not clever at that sort of stuff." That's normally the point that you've just hit some sort of a contradiction or a paradox, and your brain stalls because there's a model that there are a bunch of acceptable paradoxes, and they normally come out as questions. And particularly within this argument that we're in, when you get a question and somebody can't answer it, and they say, "Well, you've been told so many times," and it's like it's never been answered. That's why I have to keep asking the same question. When you get to those points, it's because there's a paradox there. And in reality, there is no paradoxes. They don't exist. They only exist on a not real fantasy model that everybody has in their own mind. Everybody's developed their own model, and everybody wants to talk about it, which is fine. As long as you don't start trying to push your fantasy model on other people. Everybody makes their own models of everything. I do as well. I'm just trying to use bits of everybody else's because I don't seem to have one of my own. Everybody else seems to have a model or a concept of a model.
They're pushing theirs on you, going, "Why don't you have a model?" Or "Why don't you like my model?"
Yeah, but they can never explain their model. right? When you get pushed to it, it's not there. It's a fantasy. It doesn't exist. Everybody always has to relate something to reality at some point. And when they do, that's when the cog disc kicks in. Because my reality doesn't quite relate to the model. Upsetting people.
If I reference something level and flat as a tabletop, would you ever think I was implying a curved line? Ever?
Well, I wouldn't know. But I've heard Rumpus talk about flat curves. There's this conceptual 2D surface of a sphere is also curved, but 2D. I mean, that's got to be a contradiction. If anybody can't see that as a contradiction, a 2D curved surface of a sphere, then I don't know. You've been indoctrinated into some sort of weird place that you need to be in order to framework your model on top of it. Rumpus.
I was just going to point that out, what he said there.
It's a circle, Rumpus. That's your model. Is a circle. It's ridiculous. You put horizontals at fucking weird angles and talk about the angle of down differing. Vertical is every direction at the same time. Ridiculous concepts. I can't do it. And I'm sorry if a lot of people aren't aware of the fact that vertical is every direction. On a globe model, of course. Vertical is just vertical in reality. But on a globe model, it's always different, no matter where you are. Every direction.
Because we're going to start the date now. Find your antipode or perpendicular, whichever one you prefer. They're out there.
Perpendipode.
Perpendipode.
Find somebody on the globe model that has their vertical as your horizontal. There you go. An impossibility in reality. But on the globe model, you can have it. See whether we can get Dave Weiss to put it as a thing on his app.
Friend finder. Your antipode. I mean, you could calculate it, right? No one's doubting that. You could draw a circle, do some math, and calculate here. You know, you're here. Your antipode is here. Find a person at that location using some numbers. Bam. There you go. Done. Not reality, of course. Just theoretical app making with numbers. Position on a presupposed model. Hope she's good looking.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Rumpus. Yeah. The angle of down differs, whilst vertical is every direction at something. The angle of down differs over there. That's pretty good, isn't it? Is that an accurate globe statement? It's bound to win any argument. And say you don't understand.
That's their belief. Bicycle wheel verticals.
Mm-hmm.
It's a must. It has to be.
Axiom 1 is globe. Draw a circle.
He's globe.
And then just go from there. I mean,
Draw a circle. Put yourself on top, please. And then you're off.
And you're always on top. No matter where you wind up, you're always on top.
everybody has their own top.
Yep.
All the time.
Everyone's always on the top around this ball.
Yeah. Makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Except it doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever.
Just a slight little problem.
Yeah. It's a comedy routine.
The fact. Yeah,
How clever are they? They sold it to people.
Yeah.
If it were a ball, there'd be no water on it.
Oh, what about a ball floating?
What about a floating ball with water on it, rotating and orbiting and spinning at breakneck speeds?
Yeah. Just can't see that happening.
With topography and weather and an atmosphere.
It's only available in 2D, sorry.
And it's perfectly balanced where there's no gyrations or nothing. Amazing. Forever.
Forever.
And the speeds, I mean, don't get me started about the speeds now that we don't feel. Yeah. All fantasy, 1.5 million miles an hour. If you entertain that fact for more than a second, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, Founded Flat Earth Brothers just put out a video about that. It was a pretty good, short one about what the speeds would be. It's so ridiculous, so ridiculous.
I'm sure most people haven't traveled more than 600 miles. What does a plane go, right?
Right.
Just imagine traveling faster than a bullet and not feeling it by thousands of times now.
Exactly. I think it's 82 warp 82 or whatever it is that we're supposed to be moving at.
It's sheer insanity. Yeah. And yet they believe it and they fight for it.
Yet you get a slight breeze outside and you detect it immediately. But we don't feel those speeds.
I can't go in a cruise liner and go under deck and eat supper. I can't do it. I'll get motion sick, lad. They won't stay down.
Oh.
I feel the slightest move, the slightest little move, I'll feel it.
Oh yes, our bodies and our senses react to that really quick. I mean, you step on a slight pebble on the street and you feel it. You know it. You know you're off balance. You know you're off level immediately.
Yep, the model is strong. They've been brainwashed. There's no doubt about it. To me, anyway.
Even got fake accounts being made now. Amazing. And it takes all sorts, doesn't it? But I guess everybody has their own particular group of hate fans. Thanks for watching, people. I know you hate giving us views. But without you, we wouldn't be here. Thanks. Thanks for hating.
And entertaining.
I think I need to get DP to design a t-shirt for me. Emma told you so.
He's already done it, hasn't he?
Has he?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I was looking through. I don't know whether it was a t-shirt.
Oh, DP, if you've got one, send me a link.
Sure, it was Emma. There you go. How's that?
Yeah. Except the dangly bit. I'm not a fan of the dangly bit.
The water level? The plumb bob? The water level plumb bob? That's
Yeah.
it.
Not for on a t-shirt.
Symmetry. Show you some
Especially not for me, no. I'm not wearing it, no.
We were saying about you going to the Bedford level.
I was gonna say, I think George would love that T-shirt for you, Emma.
Yeah, George. Poor George. Apparently the marriage is off. Oh, well.
He was so close.
Yeah.
He couldn't just keep it in.
A week of whining and dining. It must
I know.
have saved a bit. How expensive would you have been for a week, Emma?
I would have
That'd
made him pay
cost
for
him
it.
that, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, he saved a bit there. That was a wise decision, George.
Maybe that's why he did it. He got too scared. Reality hit him. He was going to have to wine and dine Emma for a week. I'd be scared too. Wonder why I didn't mention my roofing, my shingles, or my paint job that was fresh on that house. So aggravating. He's so negative. The yard and the trees were perfectly groomed. Flower beds were done. The only thing he comments is on the driveway.
Yeah, it's always got to be negative.
It's because it was a crack in your concrete.
You ought to see it now. It's really cracked up.
Emma, why the name change?
Why the what?
The name change.
Oh, well, I've always been known as Emma, but...
I know you've always been known as Emma, but first time I've ever seen the Emma Williams.
Just proving that a name really isn't anything.
Oh, okay. Thank
It's
you.
just a name.
Yeah, and like I said, I've always gone by my name, and I don't feel like I should hide, and I have no reason to hide. So I'm one of those people. Not everybody can do it. I get that. I can, so I'm doing it.
You know my name is my real name, right?
Well, I don't like to presume people's. Yeah, it could be.
I've always put my real name out there because I've been in a search for truth. I'm going to be honest about who I am too.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
I have no fear about putting my real name out there.
Mm-hmm.
I like that, yeah.
Yeah, but there are reasons that some people don't, and we're trying to kind of, I don't know, take the power away from these trolls.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Yeah, you got to remember that my name's my name, but I mean, I have an entire family that have a similar name, right? Now, I am just me, but the rest of my family they have a similar name. Names don't hold any power. It's the intimidation that people try and put underneath those names, or use those names as leverage to try and intimidate. Like Gary in the chat.
Yeah, who is that dude? I mean, he's really aggravating me.
It's one of the trolls. Like, these are the people that we've had to live with all along on the journey. They're the ones that try and intimidate you to not do tests. They're the ones that try and intimidate you to not meet people. They're the ones that try and intimidate you to not talking to people. It's done for everybody else. The visual displays in the chat, wherever. I mean, they do it so people actually see. Well, we know that. And I find most of the time, once you can put light on a subject, it sort of makes it disappear as the entity they think it is. If they think it's a big scary fucking thing, if you just shine a light on it, then it stops becoming as scary and it stops becoming a powerful weapon for them. Doesn't actually mean anything. It's just a name. I've had twice this week. One's from my son and one's from the missus. Is who the fuck's Paul?
Yeah, if I had a family, I'd probably think differently about putting my actual name out there, but I'm on my own, so it doesn't bother me.
I think the idea of them, people saying if you got a family and all of that, but I'm not too sure what people are meant to go back and look for. Do you know what I mean? I'm too sure how people nowadays intimidate family members of people just for being family members of people. I mean, obviously my son knows he's my son.
I mean, but this is not the genre. This something like this should be taking place. Nobody's being threatened. No one's being harmed. People are just simply having a conversation. Why should threats come from that?
They're posting me and my wife in chat now. As I won a poker tournament. That's what they're using as their icon. With my name.
Sorry about that, Rocket.
Oh, no, I don't care. I think it's funny. Like, do you see how beautiful my wife is? You know why they're posting my wife on my knee? Because they don't have a wife. You know why they're posting me as I won a poker tournament? Because they've never won one. So they have to post it as a troll. It's sad. I feel sorry for them. Keep up the good work. They post my beautiful home, one of them. They post my beautiful wife. And one of the greatest days of my life, winning a big major poker tournament.
Where was this?
This was way back in 2005, maybe, somewhere like that. That tournament was in New Orleans.
Cool. Congratulations.
Yeah, one of the many tournaments I won that year. I was Poker Player of the Year in Mississippi. Don't believe me? Just ask them. I'm sure they've looked it up.
That's pretty cool, Rocket.
Yeah, came close to winning $8.5 million that year in Vegas. I came in 119th or 117th, something like that.
Wow, you must have been shaking, huh?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, you're used to it, huh?
I wasn't used to playing for that big of money, but I don't get it doesn't affect me. It's not money until you cash out. That's
true. That's true.
But I did bluff Phil Ivey out of one of the biggest pots I've ever played in my life. And I had 5 high. He had top pair with an ace. And the guy standing next to my wife on the rail said, "Your husband must have a great hand." And she commented, "You must not know my husband very well." And they had a camera behind me, a TV camera behind me, and one behind Phil Ivey, and never showed it on ESPN because they don't want to make him look bad.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the highlights of my poker career. Bluffing the best player in the world out.
I know not to play poker with you then, huh? Thanks.
No, I want you to. I don't play at that high of a level now. I mean, I quit for a while, so I'm just now starting back as my kids graduate college. And I'm going to start playing some major events again, and hopefully I can win a couple and get some interviews. And of course I'm going to plug we're taking it to the next level. And I will be wearing T-shirt Logic T-shirts when I play.
That would be great.
Yeah, man.
What's the buy?
Don't worry, it's coming. I was wearing my T-shirt this weekend in the poker room, and I think it helped me win a couple of pots because they get all, they get in the conversation, they can't handle it, and they get triggered. So, all you got to do is mention gravity or something, tell them you don't believe in it, and they're going to call you on hands they wouldn't normally call you in. Globers are dumb when you really get down to it. Sorry.
Yeah. This psychology of the gambling thing, I mean.
They think me saying my name to George that day wasn't a planned event when they can easily have been at Bev's or Emma's earlier that day when we planned on doing it.
Yeah.
What's the buy-in for one of those tournaments?
They range from, you can play 100 up to $1 million.
$1 million buy-in?
Yeah. The largest I've ever played is 25,000.
Wow.
Yeah, most of the ones that I play are going to be in the 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 range, something like that.
What's the quickest you were ever out?
The what?
What's the quickest you were ever out?
I don't know. I mean,
you don't remember those, right?
Yeah, you forget about all the losses.
Yeah, really. That's pretty cool, Rock. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great time of my life. My kids and family got to travel with me. One event in Mississippi, my youngest son actually got to carry out the prize pool in cash. It was back before gaming got really strict, and they were playing the event in a meeting, a big hall, like a big open, hall, and it wasn't considered the gaming floor, so kids could come in. Yeah. And my whole family got to watch the final table, and I won it. And my kid got to carry out the cash. So we always
a lot of bluffing. Do you do a lot of bluffing?
Yeah, the main event I finished real deep in. I bluffed for 4 days. I never had a hand. It was the best poker I've ever played. By far the best poker I've ever played. I didn't have hands the whole time. I was just picking my spots and bluffing.
So once you buy in, you forget about the money. You're just playing the game.
It's not money at all. It's chips.
That's cool.
Most of the time, like when I'm playing at a high level, I'm going to figure out who I want to play against, figure out how they're playing, what position, what cards, how they're betting. And I'm not even going to look at my hand because your hand makes you biased, right? If you look at your cards, they're going to bias your thought process. Sure. So when I'm at a high level, when I'm in tune with what's going on and paying attention in these big tournaments, a lot of the hands, I never even know what I have, but I know what you have.
You're just playing the player.
I'm playing the player, position, how they bet, what I know about them, the story, right? When the story doesn't add up, I call. When it does add up, I fold. Very simple.
Is that where you got your ability to call everybody's bullshit?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm decent at math. Like I was pretty much, I just always liked math. And then I did a lot of math in college. It just comes natural to me. And then the people reading skills is something that I was always good at. So you put those two things together, it makes, that's basically what a poker player is.
Yeah, we're
figuring out the odds. Yeah, odds and percentages, and then personal, like gut feeling, and then what you know about your opponents.
Right.
Tells.
I never played poker at those levels. It was always, friendly games for me. But
right.
That sounds like fun.
I play friendly too. Like I love, like tonight we had a game that, well, it's pretty big, but it just got canceled. I just got a text, no game. But I'll sit down and play a $50 tournament with buddies or whatever it may be. I just enjoy, but I don't pay attention as much during those. Is
it always Texas Hold'em that you play?
No, I play Texas Hold'em tournaments mostly because that's where I got the biggest advantage. But like when I play cash with, try and just have fun and just get together with friends, we usually play Omaha because it's more action.
Okay.
Bev, are we taking over the show here? Is this?
No. Carry on, man. Carry on.
I'm sorry, Bev.
Well, no. This is what it's about, isn't it? This is.
Oh, it was interesting.
This is reality, right? This is I think what makes me good at saying Peyton Ashishill's not a pilot, or someone's full of crap, or it just doesn't add up, right? Let's look into this further.
Being able
Something's
to
not
read a
adding up.
person, right?
Yeah.
That's what this is about.
Voice inflection, any deviation from the norm, banging on the table type stuff. Everything's a tell, and it's funny sometimes because it's too easy. Sometimes it's just too easy.
We had somebody banging on the table today.
Sure did. I was like, is he banging on the table like George does?
Yeah, he sure was.
Oh goodness. Yeah, it's they're at a disadvantage because their mindset is, because the persona they have of you, they automatically think they're above you and right and smarter than you, and what you're saying isn't true, and you're just too dumb. You can't. There's no way, right? He is getting a massage right now, or owns a house, or has a great life like Bev. The simple life that Bev describes, a lot of people would love to have, right? Just that every day waking up with peace and joy. What's wrong with that? A lot of people love that, right? And they hate it. They hate that we have what they want. Well, I'm at my mechanic. Talk about reality. I'm at my mechanic shop for the second time today. How about that? That's reality. I'll be back.
All right. What's going on with the stickers? There's no Lex level stickers. They've gone. Is the Discord messing us about again?
The whole internet is squiffy.
Yeah, it says we've got no stickers on next level. They're gone. Still got 17 boosts. Max boosted server. We're so blessed. Yeah. And the Buster music, world famous Buster. Oh, he's in the house.
I am in, but I am driving.
Yeah.
I was so honoured.
Go on.
I was just saying, I was with Buster. I was so honoured. Just listening to the creation of that new song. Not long ago, it was one of the best sort of couple of hours I've sat there just listening to creation. To some creative magic work going on. It was really good. Thanks, Buster.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, it was fun. I had a good time yesterday. I always wait for the lightning to strike, so to say.
Yeah, that was Logos in effect, that.
Oh, for sure.
Anybody unaware, in the Discord server the other day, we were just chatting, talking about some stuff. Was some really good conversation, actually. Some of the best, obviously. While we were doing that, Buster was in the background writing a song live. He'd do one verse and then he'd say, do you want to hear it? We heard it, and then he'd go off again and we would carry on talking, and he'd come back with some more. It was amazing. I don't know how many other Discord servers would ever have experienced that. It was maybe a once in a... I doubt it. Probably happened more times, but it was really good. Come into the Discord. That's what it's about. Oh, and Spot On as well, yeah. Spot On live guitar. Doing Buster music.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
He almost ruined the song for me. I started playing it. I was like, man, I kind of like Spot On's version.
Yeah, special times at the minute. So if anybody thinks that, you know, they're winning with the silly little, they're thinly veiled sort of threats, but I doubt it anybody's actually taken any notice of them. It's like when Bob was saying the other week he was going to strike us. They're just joking. They don't actually mean it.
Just have to shine the light on them, and they scurry away like cockroaches. When you walk into a room, you open the light, they scurry away.
Imagine how bad it must be hiding underneath a sock account so you can try and intimidate people by saying you're going to post pictures of their houses. I don't know where my house is. I can take a picture from inside it.
If anybody thinks they could actually hide behind anything, they're delusional. I mean, the authorities can find anybody, know wherever you are, no matter how many blocks you think you have. You do realize that, right?
So who did you have in banging to death today?
Who is it? I think it was Kosho.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, Kosho came in. Did he tell you about his infinite surface finite volume?
No, not this time. This time he was talking about quantum mechanics.
Oh, good God. What's that saying about quantum mechanics and all that? You think you understand it? You definitely don't.
Yeah. The double slit experiment.
Sounds interesting. Fantastic.
Yeah. I heard something, and then a kid goes, "Is he banging on the table?" Yeah, he's banging on the table.
Yeah, it was Kosho for sure.
It was him, right? Yeah.
I asked him if he was doing okay. He sounds really bad. Like his voice, he sounded like he was sick, and then he was yawning so much. It's like, if you're that tired, just take a break, Kosho. Just don't forget to clock out. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to mind if you're that tired. Just clock out, come back. I mean, that's someone that's there day and night, basically. I mean, he'll tell you he's not, but it's hard to find out when he's not there. Oh, Kosho. About 2 years ago, I picked up something that he was saying that he was in the military and was trained in language, right? Like several different languages. And that's basically intelligence. Hardly anybody in the military is trained in multiple languages unless they're involved in some type of intelligence gathering. So there you go. That's Kosho.
Some irrelevant Glober. Huh? One of these argument fixers with no argument. Sophists.
Yeah. A guy who knows everything about everything and can argue every opposite point, no matter what.
This is the same guy the other night that said, if you guys would just accept the mainstream and what everybody's saying, this would be a lot easier.
This is the guy that we played the trick on and just came up with some bullshit, and then a month later said the opposite, and he was fighting for the bullshit. Just to prove a point. Yeah, it's incredible, man. They just have to argue against you, no matter what.
Yeah, I think it's because they've put you in a straw man position of somebody that you're not actually. And it's really hard to get Buster with the baggage that people come with. If they come with that baggage that you're something that you're not, then you can't explain to them that you're not with that. They've already accepted it that you're something you're not. It's hard for them to drop that. So then you end up just talking around shit that isn't real. They're going hard in the chat. I mean, they're really trying with this fantasy that they're imagining between themselves. It's like troll fantasy land, isn't it?
That Dave Gafford guy looks really happy.
Yeah.
Man, who is that guy? Who's trolling who here? Oh my goodness, that is good. I got some more pictures. I might use that as my icon. I didn't know I looked so good back then. Thanks a lot, fella. I'm thinking that's someone like Anamorphic or Mark Taylor or what? Whoever. One of the sad trolls that has no life. All they do is troll every day, all day.
People in the chat, obviously. I mean, if you look at them, they're filling up the chat. They're the most active chat members. I mean, if I have that thing on for currency, you know, in the chat, in the Streamlabs, I bet they'd be doing the best. Whether it's for time, though. See how long
they could be getting all the nugs.
Real sad individuals.
At least you're getting the views. They're keeping the hours ticking for you.
Yeah, I saw we were helping Blue with a bit of content the other day as well. I mean, he looks like they're struggling. So anytime anybody wants to take a bit of stuff out of this. I know a few people were downloading and recording the entire stream because Rakia said a few words. Some powerful words you've got there, Rakia. You've got
I'm getting powerful. They're using my face, my wife, my happy days, my home.
Yeah.
My words. What the hell's going on here? Who's trolling who is the only question I got. And at the end of the day, when all this is over, they'll still have to look at themselves in the mirror and be that pathetic person they're being right now.
Yeah. I wonder how many.
And I'll still be me.
Got. Yeah, they seem to have a lot of them wanting to report. You can report the GoFundMe. Actively, proudly announcing it on the live stream. But I guess you could say they're just trolls. You can get away with it. Very openly trolling. You don't think they'd actually do it, do you?
I think they're pathetic people. They've probably been on, some places and they've been embarrassed. And now they've become just chat trolls, Can't show their... Not can't show their face, because a lot of people don't want to do that, of course, but won't come and chat, right? They just get pleasure of doing these little games.
That's Mark. Come and have a chat sometime, Mark. We'll talk over your astronomy, astrology, and one or the other. I don't know which one it was that you did.
Must kill them inside, huh?
Yeah, I
To
don't
have
know.
to go on
No,
a
it
stock
is.
account
Come and have a chat.
like a rat, hiding in the sewer, waiting for darkness to come out. Pathetic. And yeah, we're laughing. We are definitely laughing.
It's come at a good time. Logos has helped us many times before. And it always ends up working out for the best. So, I mean, good luck, guys. I don't know what the idea is or where this is going, this plan. Unless it's for other people. If anybody else is watching. We're not doing this. This isn't... this is all because we say simple facts like pi is Euclidean. Triangles only have 180 degrees. Horizontals are parallel. And level is horizontal. Pretty sane facts that most people would go along with. At least everybody that I've ever met in reality would always go along with all of those. Just a group of people that can't talk about it, can't put up an argument against any of those facts, but want to have a model and try and intimidate people to stop asking questions or stop answering those questions or stop having the conversation.
Oh yeah, we got the nasty of the nastiest. We got the Pinkertons trolling us tonight.
Yeah. They've brought them
We
out.
might even have the Queen herself, the nastiest person I've ever met.
Can I just make a comment to all the mods? Anyone who's still got a wrench, please don't delete any comments. Don't hide anybody. We need to keep them. Thank you.
A voice of wisdom there.
It's beautiful to see you squirm, by the way. It brings pleasure to my heart. I love it.
Is anybody coming in? Are we getting to get any extremists in? I don't know what Extremis thinks about underhanded tactics to stop conversations. Intimidating tactics. What do you think about the idea of posting the pictures of people's houses because they know their name? I think it's fair that if somebody says their name, that automatically allows people to start posting pictures of their houses. Intimidating people about things. I'm not too sure it's a valid debate tactic myself. At least not in
pretty
any normal
illegal
debate.
Yeah. Besides not being manly, it's probably illegal. And very, very unbecoming.
Well, the argument has been dead for a while. Many, many, many unanswered questions that have been around for a long time.
Well, it's evident what they have resorted to, right? Instead of coming and debating, like all this started because we debate a certain subject. But it seems some people just, well, cannot handle it. Maybe you should go back to playing Halo full time or something in your mom's basement. Forget about all this stuff.
And guys, we know you're trolling. We know you don't need it. Mean it, Mark. Whoever else you've got in there with you. Maybe all your accounts.
That's what I was thinking. Same guy. Well, Anamorphic, if he's different than Mark Taylor. They're two of the nastiest ones. Could be Trish Blythe. You never know. She's more than capable of doing what's happening right. She would take pleasure in doing it. Trolled Flat Earth for a year, donating money as a happy-go-lucky lady, and then turned into a gappy. A toxic troll.
Now the queen.
Queen, the leader of the trolls, self-proclaimed. You know what that means? Must be true.
Yeah, I couldn't believe.
Go on.
Well, I was gonna say I couldn't believe like somebody could be that nasty of a person, but I was wrong.
I think they've developed instant characters that they play, and that's what they've done. They've developed a new name on the YouTube character. They've just wrote a name and then they just come out and make new characters up. They want to be you, Dave.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
And let me say something. Jose J.G. Gonzalez supports this. Told people to do this on his show. People like him are disgusting. This is why we put out my name, right? To expose people like him. It didn't take a day for him and all his trolls, Blue and all his trolls, to send me 50 or 60 comments on one video and then start trolling me about my name because we planned on doing that. Jose the next day told his group of troll minions to start doing it. That's why they're in here.
Yeah.
Their leaders are telling them to come here. They've been told to do it. The plan is working, right? Good job, guys.
Yeah, like a puppet, right? Like
what'd we say?
Yeah.
Say my name. Say my name.
They don't realize who's pulling the strings.
They're asking if my place is nice this time. Yeah, it's beautiful here. It's more than nice. It's amazing. Water everywhere. Horizontal. I have 2 ponds in my front yard. I don't know why. George didn't show you that. Maybe because they're both horizontal, but not. They're parallel to each other at different elevations, but they're both horizontal. It's weird that, right? Right next to each other. He's posted my address by saying he'll pray for my address. Why not just list my address, sir? What are you scared of? Trish, come on. Grow some balls.
Like George.
George, learn how to water ski, brother. Come on down. Now that you know where I live, I'll teach you. I'll pull you behind a real boat. I bet you can't hold on to the rope.
I know one thing. I'd be damned if I'd let somebody like Jose or Jim or Blue tell me what to do. No freaking way they'd be captain of this ship.
They are. They're weak. Jose, at the end of his show, while people were doing final thoughts, one week, lonely troll did his final thoughts with my name in it. And Jose said, "Yeah, that's good. Let's do more of that." Right? He told us his name, so now we're allowed to post his address, his face, his wife's face. I mean, my kid's face, I guess. Maybe post my son's master degree. Maybe you should do that.
Yeah.
Maybe all our successes, right? Show how my kids have never, ever, ever had any issues. Right? Just keep going. Show how happy we are. Maybe show how much fish we catch, or how much joy we find in all the vacations we're able to take, because we're so blessed. Tennessee was beautiful Saturday. Florida, Sunday morning, was amazing. Right? Come share with us, man. You would love it. Come join us.
It's like pathetic, jealous human beings, like watching a man being happy with his family, enjoying life, another man enjoying his success, having a good time, and they hate it. They hate it. You know, they're probably stuck somewhere in a miserable job they hate. Probably don't have a girlfriend or boyfriend, whatever. All alone, miserable, and just hate to see other people happy.
Probably living alone with chihuahuas, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Stealing their neighbor's internet to have a show. Cutting themselves on live TV. Putting together a simple astrolabe. Getting their cords all wound up while setting up their telescope on a mount. Probably people like that who claim to be brilliant.
I've never seen it running yet. Has it actually been working? It's never actually. I
don't think he got his cords unwound yet. His cord was too short. I bet he's heard that a lot in his life.
He might have taken delivery. He might needed a new one.
You said it wrong again.
Hey, Bob, your cord's too short. Yeah, I've heard that a lot.
It looks like I'm going to have to shut the stream down. I can't get this thing going. All right, y'all have a good day now.
I'll be back in a bit once I've fixed it.
It must have been cold. It must have been cold outside. His cord was short.
I still think one of the most classic lines was a self-proclaimed doctor saying, "I'll try to be careful with the scalpel, more careful with the scalpel next time."
As he ran to his bathroom to stop the bleeding on live YouTube or whatever he was on. I didn't see anybody else in the house. He did post his name on his screen when he was doing his telescope thing. I wonder why the trolls aren't posting his front door.
Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? Only
if anybody wants to watch. Yeah. If anybody wants to watch that stream, his name is right there on the screen. You could maybe investigate his past and see what you dig up. See how cracked up his driveway is, so to speak. How's this trolling working out for y'all, guys? Y'all having fun yet? because we got all day and night. We got months and years. Who's trolling who is all I got to ask.
I like that. How many cracks has he got in his driveway? Lovely.
Yeah, I'd like to know that. Maybe someone could do some digging into his background and see how many cracks are in his driveways. I'll go tit for tit on that. I'll also have a water skiing competition with George. You got to pull in with that offhand, George. Remember, to the waist, not to the chest. You put yourself off balance as you go across the wake if you pull to your chest with both hands. It's okay, George.
Yeah, we had to ban him from Discord. I can't have people intimidating other people, posting pictures of their houses.
Yeah.
I don't know why you did that, George. I haven't got a clue. Model Affliction. Something about the model made George think he could just sort of post pictures of other people's houses.
I think Rumpus made him do it.
Yeah. Yeah, he just got carried away. Like when he was handing out those death sort of threats. Just got carried away with the gang of guys, and it was a bit of a joke.
Joking around.
Yeah. Like the trolls in the chat, that's all they'll be doing, just joking. You can't take a joke.
Yeah, no harm. Jose would say he was joking. No big deal.
Somehow, I don't think the Rumpus would stoop that low, would he?
I don't know. Rumpus and George are tight, man.
But I don't think he's ever done that, the Rumpus.
I think even some of the Globers are going to find this activity appalling and take it out on Jose JG, Blue Marble Science, Bob the Science Guy, and Jim's channel and just press that unsubscribe, right? Like, I don't want to be a part of this.
Don't
This
forget
is
about
sinister.
Mac Toon.
Oh, MacToon. Yeah, I almost forgot about that low life. And just unsubscribe and say to yourself, I don't want to be a part of this. Right? And then they'll only be left with the sad, pathetic, lonely trolls that are doing this, getting played by a flat earther, so-called, that they deem. I'm telling them it's planned, and they still are doing it. Pathetic. Are you that unintelligent that when someone says you planned it the earlier that day, and you bite on it so hard that the next day you're using pictures as your icon of a man and his wife? Amazing that you can be that dumb. It hasn't even been 24 hours, I don't think. Time flies when you're having fun. How many cracks you got in your driveway, George?
George has some big cracks in his driveway.
Is this what you thought, God? So you're checking out the YouTube chat?
Oh no, I'm enjoying today. I think you guys are doing just fine.
Do you know what you were saying about them just sort of normalizing it? Well, check out the YouTube chat. They're really trying to normalize this big time. There's no worries for them. They know they're just trolling.
Those are the guys you're modding over at Geo's.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all me now, is it?
Yeah. Big mod. You're the big mod, buddy. You're the defender. Defending George, right?
I don't defend George. You don't need to worry about that one.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
There's no justification for this, man. We set them up, and they're falling hard for it. It's just pathetic. Of a name of someone whose name has been out for years. They've already done this. They're just looping around. Same people. I promise you, the same people who called my church and called my contractors and looked into my license and all that, they're the same people doing this today. Years after.
They probably
Now,
know
that's
about
crazy.
the multiple homes then as well, don't they?
They probably do.
Yeah. That's why he's trying to locate just one of them. That's nice.
Yeah, George should have showed like a couple of different homes.
Yeah.
Just
You really
pan
want-
over. Just pan over the house to the 30 acres behind it that has a house on it. George, that's mine too, buddy. Don't forget about that. No cracks in that driveway.
George can't get rid of his cracks. They're going to be there until he dies.
What about Bob's? You think Bob's had cracks in his
yeah,
driveway?
Bob's. That's who I was talking about. Bob, not Bob. He's got cracks, big cracks that are going to follow him for the rest of his life.
You think if we
Cracks.
researched his background, we would find some cracks in his driveway?
I don't
What do you
think those aren't cracks I want in my driveway. Those are definitely not cracks I want in my driveway.
See, I can call up any one of my crews tomorrow and repair my cracks. What how Bob's driveway has been cracked?
You can't repair.
You can't repair
those
that.
cracks. No, those cracks don't get repaired.
Yep. How you like me now, sir? You've been punked, Bob. All your troll minions are gonna bring you down, brother. Who's trolling who? We should name this stream that. Who's trolling who? It's not Moon Day, Jose JG Gonzalez. Mr. I condone anything you do to Dave Gafford because he said his name on air. I condone anything you want to do, right, Jose JG? Who's trolling who now? I'm the puppy lover? You live with dogs, sir. Chihuahuas. Maybe dig a little deeper and find some more of my successes. Some of the other companies that I've sold in the past, George, that were successes.
Jealousy. Your jealousy is showing, you pathetic trolls. And it's beautiful to watch.
Hate in their heart, right? It stems from the
it's
heart.
killing them, bro. You have no idea. It's killing them.
Fuck,
Seeing
I'm
a
almost jealous.
successful
It's
man.
killing me.
Yeah. So imagine them.
It comes off bad like that, right? But I give and give and give. I would give to anybody. I would give to one of them if I knew it would help them.
I don't think it'll help them.
I don't either. It's too hate, right? Hate-filled heart. Can't cure it. They got to help themselves. But maybe me pointing out that maybe they're not as smart as they think they are. If they think they're trolling me, they got another thing coming. You think I'm going to let George and Bob take down my good name? How can they? It's not possible.
You seem to be linking it to flat Earth still as well. I mean, as if that's the thing. I mean, maybe that's why they think it's okay, right? Like I said at the beginning, they're going after a straw man and thinking it's okay. They can just do it because this straw man allows them to.
Yeah, I'll tell them right now. I can easily disprove flat Earth. More easily than I can disprove a sphere. They're both fantasies. I don't defend either one. I defend reality, logic, logos. My shirts that I wear from DP, logic, right? T-shirt logic. They don't say flat Earth. They say logos.
Yeah, these trolls are bad. But nice for listening. Thanks for being here. Always love the haters watching. Hate watching.
Yeah.
It's good. It's therapy for you.
They're some of the best, right? They're
Hate
active.
fans. Yeah.
Yeah, most people that are just enjoying, that want to come by and listen to the argument or learn something about geometry or hydrostatics or anything else that we talk about, they're just going to sit back and listen and whatever. But the trolls, they want to be involved, man. That's fun. Who's trolling who?
They seem to be really picking on you at the moment because they seem to know more information about you, but I'm sure that will soon change.
Yeah, if they're willing to do this to Brian Mullins and me and whoever else is spreading truth. They hate the truth, so they're going to defend against it.
Yeah, and I guess we haven't even kind of gone down the road of talking about some of the Globers we've come across and their history that is freely available out there to look at, and how dodgy it is. How dodgy many of these people are. And that's why they're so scared.
I bet you some of them are DMing these pathetic trolls right now going, what are you doing? Stop. What if they look into my name? I mean, seriously, don't open this can of worms. You're posting him winning a poker tournament happy with his wife. What if they look up my name? They're not going to find anything I'm winning or happiness with a long marriage. They're going to find, I don't know. What are they going to find? Be fun to find out, don't you think?
I bet check the DMs. Sorry.
I bet you some of the findings would involve criminal court proceedings and a whole bunch of dodgy shit like that.
Raids on their offices.
Have a sneaky suspicion.
Maybe some FBI investigations on their home.
Oh, and I'd also like to remind everybody, again, for probably the millionth time, that this is not my server.
Yeah. And the one that's pretending to be Margaret Thatcher has just sort of said that because you posted your last name, that allows them to post pictures of your house. Apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Yeah. Yeah, very strange.
These people are, though.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Yeah, this whole thing hasn't been predictable in the slightest.
Yeah.
Well, this is why we did it. The plan is working perfectly.
Shush.
Ixnay Army Bay.
They're not smart enough.
Play.
I've told them 20 times, and they're still not smart enough to figure it out.
Maybe I should give them my name, too. Give them something else to look into. What do you think, Charles? You want my name, too?
I feel like, who's that?
To be like, we don't care about that guy. He never talks anyhow. But maybe they could have fun. I don't know.
Oh, gee. You've been around for ages. You must have all sorts of comments everywhere that they can look after. I got told that somebody went, oh, goody, an unsanitized YouTube Twitter account. Let's go back to try and get Bev on some stuff. Over at
they'll go back.
I mean, that's very
pretty
good.
far. I remember when the Queen of Trolls told me a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago now, that, oh, you're always over at 24/7. You're just a 24/7 guy, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I've hardly been over there at all, like, even in the last year. So they went over there and they searched through all the posts and found like one post of me posting a meme a couple of months ago and said, see, There you are. You were there a couple of months ago. It's like I actually wasn't even there. I just posted them, like went in and posted the meme and left, right? But then they're like, "Oh, you're a liar. You're there all the time." It's like, yeah, okay. Found one post of a meme from months ago. You're gonna go through that much work to try and make a point? It's crazy.
Yeah, they would. They'll win an argument with you. Prove you're a liar.
Yeah, a big fat liar.
It's all they have.
And thanks to people that have donated or helped out. Thank you. Generous people.
Should we mention the event next month?
The trailer Buster live performance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, do we know the exact date and time?
I actually don't. I've asked Blue several times, and I actually called University of Tennessee, and they didn't know anything about it. So Blue would be the one. He said the email
cancelled it though, has he? It was definitely it was definitely on, wasn't it? I mean, it wasn't one of those joke things that he puts in mistakes just to get people. You know,
he said it was on. He gave I think he's even given a date, you know, and where it's at and all that. But I haven't seen it. And when I've asked him for it, he didn't post it. So he's not very proud of it. Like he's at Jose's and other places, and I'm asking him to post the details about the event. I mean, you know, if it's a black tie affair, we need to know, right? If it's RSVP, if we need permits to set up our booths outside and play live music, we need to know these things, Blue. So if you're listening, we're interested in your event. We just need to know the details, sir. And if it's still on, I mean, you know, if the university doesn't know anything about it, I don't know. You might want to check into it and let someone know. Or just give me the name of who to talk to or an email that would know, because maybe it's just a lower tier, you know, not very important to the university. It might be a department thing. Like if it's a certain department that only knows about it, let me know so I can contact them and find out all the details, since you don't want to, you know, give them up voluntarily when asked. But go ahead, Bev. I think we were planning on some live music with Buster.
Yeah, he's on his way home, I think.
We got a couple of people that want to get on the inside and do whatever they need to do, like if they need to sign up or register and, you know, video the event, of course. Even post it live, right? I think live stream it.
Trailer thing, yeah. Buster said he's got a PA set up. He's got all of that sort of stuff. He's willing. I'm
catering nuggets. Definitely going to have Chick-fil-A nuggets there, so that'll be catered if anybody gets hungry. I'm sure other people, you know, might do a potluck or something. Kind of like a tailgating.
Yeah, yeah.
Go Vols, right?
Hopefully we can get it live streamed to the Discord.
Well, I'm sure they have internet. Like, they're going to have good service there, I'm sure. So, yeah, live stream is definitely possible.
So
all we need now is the
details. Anybody can't make it to the event, hopefully we'll get cameras in there to be able to go in to actually see the thing live. If not, it'll just be a Buster and Rakia party event down at, was it University of Tennessee?
Yeah, well, we're going to find out exactly where it is. I mean, it's sketchy right now because he's not really giving out the details for some reason. Like, he's not really proud of it. But be assured, in the next month, we will find out all the details. And we're even, I think, trying to get everyone, like, we're going to use the Friend Finder app and get everybody that's in that local area, you know, let them know when the event is.
Blue dots.
So maybe we can. Yeah, the blue dot. Come support Blue as a blue dot.
Yeah.
We're thinking name tags, You know, Rakia Life says hello. Oh, well, Dave Gafford, right? Rakia Life says hello. That way, in case I'm in a different area, you know, you know that, you know, I'm on your mind and you can be on my mind. Shout out to Buster, world famous. We will jam out, I promise you.
Yeah.
And we're thinking about setting up a TV, like maybe on a motorhome, and Luke Blue's YouTube, because, you know, University of Tennessee needs to know that Blue is a YouTube star.
Yeah. With his donkey.
Yeah, a lot of donkey. Yeah, a lot of donkey. So University of Tennessee might not know, you know, this side and what many talents he has. Woodworking, obviously one of Blue's talents. I mean, I would call him a woodworking engineer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Seismology, you know, detecting earthquakes. Definitely a skill that Blue has.
I don't think he knew he had that skill, though.
I think it just happenstance on him. But UT needs to know about this skill, right?
Yeah, it surprised him.
Maybe some flyers, maybe some emails, you know, precursor emails to UT so they can have, you know, things set up in the way that they need to set up to maybe detect an earthquake that may happen at the time. There's some local press, I'm sure, are going to want to, you know.
Yeah, you could see if Buster could pump his music up loud enough to be like an active earthquake outside. That'd be cool. If Buster could play Nug Life to simulate an earthquake.
If Nug Life Baby could be picked up on his balls,
yeah,
the frequency of that on Blue's balls inside UT would be awesome. My life would be. You talk about checking something off the bucket list. Who's trolling who?
Blue's balls jiggle with some world's famous Buster.
Yeah, at UT with the press there, right? Like, what could be better? I'm thinking after party interviews. I don't know. We have a month. I mean, we have a month to plan. We're just spitballing here. These are just some of the things we've discussed in the last 2 days. But who knows where we could take it? I mean, with that many people on the Friend Finder alone, you know, sky's the limit.
Yeah. Tickets for Buster, world's famous Buster, it should up the take, right? Not only Cavendish, Blues Cavendish, Seismomadish, but Buster as well.
Yeah, I talked to Tennessee. We definitely can't sell entry tickets. That's definitely out. We're checking on the permit because we want to set up a tent and music, so we might have to get a permit. But that's no problem. I mean, we got a month.
Yeah.
But finding out, we rode through there Saturday. The campus is unbelievable. I've never been there. And it's nice this time of year. The weather's good. That's not a problem. The campus is unbelievable. Shout out to University of Tennessee. Go Vols. And I hope the permitting process isn't that bad. Parking passes, things like that. We can park almost anywhere. But we need to find out where it's at, like what building. I rode around and, you know, there's plenty of parking everywhere, of course. I don't think parking's going to be a problem. There's plenty of grounds. They always have tailgating, so, you know, they're going to be used to the tents and the music and all that. But I do think for events like that, you have to get a permit. I'm checking into that. But if Blue would just come out and give us some details, that would be good. That would make things a little easier, a little less awkward calling the University of Tennessee going, do you know a guy named Blue Marble Science that has a seismologist, you know, event coming up? Like, he's put some balls over here. Some of his blue balls are here in your university. You know what building they're in? And no one really knew anything.
No.
Not yet. I mean, they're going to know.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get that little bit where they said about the room moving. Not the Cavendish. It was that well isolated that it measured the room moving. I wonder whether it's as well isolated over there. I wonder whether it's ever picked the room moving up around it.
Yeah, that would be
It's
something good
Jake.
to play on the TV too. But I think Blue will come clean. I mean, I think he's been busy. Today, he couldn't even give his final thoughts at John G, what's his name? The dog lover, the dog guy that lives with the Chihuahuas. He couldn't even give his final thoughts at that show because he said he was too busy with me in the chat.
What?
Which was that was a lie because I went to the chat because I was busy and there was no posting from Blue. So how could he be too busy with me? I don't know. Maybe he was just joking again, like doing one of those goofs where he told a lie and just to see if anybody would catch it.
Yeah.
We got to play that video in front of the press. I mean, the integrity of someone to do that just to keep us sharp, right, on our toes.
Yeah. To keep putting mistakes in all of his videos for people to spot.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
it's like a Where's Wally, isn't it? But with like, how many mistakes did you see?
I wonder if we show that to University of Tennessee if they think he put some mistakes in his balls. Huh. Maybe some magnets inside. I wonder if they would start questioning his character if they saw his YouTube channel.
Well, that's a reputable YouTube channel. He's got 7,000 subs.
Well, there you go. I mean, no way he would goof the university, right? He wouldn't do that.
No.
But
well,
I mean,
similar to that Cavendish that we saw in the book, didn't it? Like it nearly was it about this? I bet it's the same similar size and everything.
I think it was a little bit different size, but pretty close. Like I think he followed one of them.
Oh no, he had 2-inch balls, didn't he? I think Blue had bigger balls.
Bigger balls, of course. Yeah, probably. He did have some nice woodworking, man. I am jealous of the woodworking.
Yeah,
woodworking engineer for sure.
I'd be a bit wary though, because I mean that woodworking does look like it might be some sort of an initiation thing that you have to go and carve your name in it somewhere. Just so, I don't know. Be careful, because that's some fine looking wood, isn't it? People normally end up carving the names in things like that. At least around here, anyway.
Hope it didn't get damaged in the shipping. Well, he can touch it up, though. Yeah. I mean, surely he's going to touch it up before the event.
Give it a good polishing. You reckon he'd get there early?
Put a little more lacquer on there. With those chemicals wouldn't affect anything. No, surely he thought about that. But it is going to be interesting. I mean, I think everybody likes events like this in the community. Blue is definitely, everybody loved when he was doing it live and sat there for hours and watched his balls.
Yeah.
But to hear one of Buster's songs outside create such a frequency that Blue's balls quiver, that is priceless.
Do you reckon you could make the balls quiver, or would it make the room quiver around the balls? It's hard to tell, isn't it?
He said the room, I think, started quivering.
It would be hard to tell, I do agree.
It was the walls, and then in return directed some energy to the quivering apparatus.
Blue's quivering balls.
Oh, did we get laughs out of that one, man? Oh, God, did we laugh.
Hey, I got a question. Who's trolling who?
That's quite obvious.
Unlimited time. Unlimited resources. That's a dangerous combination, don't you think? Who's trolling who?
Wow. It's obvious this is Jem's crew over there in the chat.
100% for sure.
I told you it's the Pinkertons. The Pinkertons have arrived.
You can feel
Hello, Queen.
the toxicity coming out.
Yeah. The thunder from down under.
That negative. I wonder if they'll be in Tennessee.
I don't know how many of the Glober squad there would be over there to go and see. I mean, I would imagine there's loads of them. I mean, who wouldn't want to see Blues Balls?
I wonder if we could get a list of people who have signed up to see Blues Balls. Let them know there's going to be live music outside. Maybe that would draw some more people.
Yeah.
Oh, and free nuggets.
I'm tempted to drive from Montreal down when I hear nuggets now.
Well, we don't want to put a damper on things inviting Canadians. Just stay up there and watch them.
If SC's coming from Montreal for nuggets, I'm going with them.
Thanks, southerly neighbor.
They got the border open these days, or what? Or just tell them you're going to see Blues Balls. Surely they'll let you through. Just mention Blue.
I'm just coming for the nuggets. I don't care about his balls. I just want your nuggets.
Chick-fil-A, baby. We might can get Chick-fil-A to sponsor this baby. Just can't do it on a Sunday. I hope it's not on a Sunday, Blue.
Well, they said you're free on a Sunday in the chat on YouTube. I noticed they said you can't go to church because you're always here on Sunday. But you got time on Sunday, too.
Yeah, I've been out of town most of the time, but we watch it on whatever, on the internet. My church and like my church that I got baptized in, and then my church that I belong to now, they live stream.
Well, you might have to watch it from Blues Balls.
Maybe so.
But Buster could probably play some good music too for church. It could be Blue Sunday Church.
You know when they say you laugh so much you get tears in your eyes? Well, I just had to wipe both my eyes.
Tears in his eyes, I guess. Who's trolling who, SC? What do you think?
Yeah, ask them that, bro. I think they know by now.
Nah, they're not smart enough to figure that out yet. I give them a couple more weeks till they get so desperate, right? They gotta go. I mean, what else they gotta do? How desperate can these lonely, desperate, pathetic trolls get?
Yeah.
How low can you go?
They're trying to do whatever they're trying to do, and not realizing you'll actually do this shit for fun. Yeah. And enjoy every fucking minute of it. Get to meet your mates. I'm jealous. I'd be doing it myself.
We were just in Tennessee Thursday through Saturday. Yeah, Thursday through Saturday. My family was there. I went Friday night. Flew back to Florida Sunday morning. From Tennessee, where the event's going to happen. It's awesome.
No name's going to go. You've got one taker. There you go. Yeah.
Ask him if he likes nuggets.
Alabama.
Oh, he's from Alabama. He definitely likes fried food.
There you go. There's one. Just sign up for Blue, and you'll be fine. Bust the music.
Get Blue's email and get on the list to go in. Maybe you could film it for us. No name, because Blue might not let anybody else, none of us in. But No Name's so honest, right, that he would live stream it for us. I mean, No Name's the guy that would read out a definition that everybody's looking at and leave out the bold print that disproves his point. But he's an honest guy. He's the guy that thinks you can go up on a mountain and see forever. I think it's in Georgia. Why can't you see forever? Duh. I think LC, he's the guy that said the toilet bowl swirl in one way depending on what hemisphere you're in, right, LC? I think
Thanks,
you can
brother.
meme about it.
Yeah, I was just, you read my mind, bro. Yes, sir.
Who's trolling who? You got me, guys. I think parallel lines stay parallel. They never intersect. Horizontal is level. Water is a baseline for horizontal. Doesn't curve like you need it to on your model.
Triangles.
Triangles only have 180 degrees. Horizontal lines never curve. Call me crazy, but that's what I put my faith in. Like that's my baseline. Logos.
Horizontal lines aren't higher at the ends than the middle.
What happens to a horizontal
Are you
pipe?
sure they're not higher
On
at the
your
ends
model.
than the middle?
Oh, they get higher on the ends, of course. Things flow to the middle because of it. On my model.
Yeah, that's what they say. It happens at the whatchamacallit. That's what Zanuck tells you. Put balls on the floor and they'll roll to the center, but it's completely flat.
And Zanuck was there. Zanuck also
He did
says
take a
that
picture of the roof, you know.
Zanuck also says while flying south, the Earth rotates underneath you. But while flying north, you have to accelerate to outrun the Earth. Quote unquote.
It's
Who's
only once a day, though, right? It only rotates dead slowly. Doesn't it? It's just once a day. That's slow. Planes flying on, I don't know. It's fantasy. Crazy. I can't even imagine it now. I think I've lived so long outside of the model. And lived so long listening to pointless arguments about things. Where do we go from here? We certainly can't go on talking about other people's fantasies. Otherwise, we'd be talking about things like Harry Potter and Narnia, Alice in Wonderland. The trolls, I don't know whether they've had enough fun time yet or not, or whether Gem's come. Have you got a win yet, Gem? Do you think you've won? He did say that you were delusional, I think. I think we did get a delusional out of him. The depths of delusion here is almost overwhelming. I think that was the bit when you were talking about parallel lines and horizontals. Everyone's obsessed with Nathan Oakley. Right, and the straw man that they've built is built around Nathan. McToons did it for his challenge for the Sextant, built it all around Nathan Oakley. Jem keeps referring to Nathan Oakley. Go over and have a word with him, Jem. I don't know why you come here.
Sorry, I took a phone call, and I don't want to tell you I'm sorry because that upsets some people. So we got the guy who I think his name is Bob. Yeah, his name is definitely Bob. That says that. What does he say? You say it perfectly, Beth.
What? Who?
Bob driving over the mountain.
Oh, he drives a shorter distance than a straight line.
Yeah, that guy.
Well, I mean, he's obviously experienced because the one that he copyright struck from the video that when you had your conversation was only a mere 150 miles he was knocking off. That other conversation, the one that SE's put out, oh, he's been practicing. He can get much shorter than a straight line now. Even less than half, I think, sometimes. He can turn a diameter into a radius. And
He
still
shaved
end up
off
with
over
the
1,000
same circle.
miles.
Yeah.
Over 1,000 miles shaved off.
I think it went from 4,400 down to 1,700.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
And he did what?
Ah, there you go. Blues dropped it, Rukia. That didn't take long, did it? He didn't get enough inquiries to warrant the event.
Oh, who
no
predicted?
way.
And we have a winner. Everybody pay up. Because we knew Blue wasn't going to follow through with this.
Well, I think it must have already been cancelled by the way it's already said that. I mean, it sounds like Blue already cancelled it before you said you were going to go there. By the looks of what he was saying there.
I asked him last night, and he was telling me I still needed to... Wait a minute, Blue. Well, are you just deceiving us again, planting that little nugget of deception? Because last night the event was still on, according to you. But when I talked to University of Tennessee Friday, they didn't know anything about it. Maybe you're just lying again. I can tell you this for a
it's
fact,
not
too.
lying, Rikia. It's joking. He was just joking.
Yeah.
Well, when we drove around the campus Saturday, I didn't see any banners or any, earthquake detection, come see this. Blues balls quivering, must see. I didn't see anything like that Saturday. Sorry, Blue. Maybe next month you can plan the event and have more interest.
Well, could we still get somebody there to go and take a picture of it, right? Because, I mean, it is there, isn't it? Or could he just be joking about it actually being there as well?
Oh, that's true. We could just... Yeah, and it should be open to the public, right?
Yeah.
I mean, something so world famous and nice as that.
Yeah, you could just go for the Buster music and obviously the Nugs. And you could just go in and take a brief picture of it just to, to live up to the memories of it. To say you've been there.
What building is it in, Blue? Just post it in chat. Like, is it a physics annex? Just give us the name of the building. I'll find it.
Go and take a picture with Blue's balls.
I got a funny feeling he's not going to post the information. But that's just me.
There you go. It was a Mike that he offered to go to it. I thought it was you, Ricky, but it wasn't. It was Mike in the YouTube. Yeah. He invited Mike. So that's upsetting. I guess he didn't How many legitimate inquiries did you get, Blue? Because you had to invite Mike early on. 3 days ago. Huh? Yeah. Jem thinks I might even replace Nathan Oakley in the mines. I hope not. Nathan needs your attention, Jem. The sextant game going on. Blue says you can come up anyway. He'll meet you. He likes a bit of Buster music. Knoxville campus. Looks like it's still there. How many did you get, Blue? How many people wanted to come and see your balls? Not enough. How many? 3?
What? It's a month out. You don't cancel an event a month out. I mean, how many people do you need to host an event? No Name's going. I mean, you don't cancel this far out.
Well, maybe you could help get some interest, Rakia, with the blue dots and shit, and with Buster coming.
We have plenty of people. We have plenty of people already going. Now we're offering music and food, free food. You don't think more people are going to show?
Yeah, I think you could probably triple or quadruple whatever he had for sure.
If he's having trouble being popular, I can give him some suggestions on, just offer free food and some music, Blue.
Yeah. You got Rakia, Buster, and Askin, and No Name. I mean, how many I don't know how many you had before, Blue, but that's at least 4 more than I think you had before. How many more do you need? How many more people do you need, Blue, for us to get this to happen? I'm sure we can see what we can do. Put a shout out, because there's got to be at least some more hate watchers watching that are willing to go and go to Blues. Go and look at Blues balls. I mean, he didn't stop doing it when the earthquake happened, when it became an earthquake detector for nothing. Yeah, see, there's another one. Science works in mysterious ways. Says he's going to go there. Blue? That's 5. How many seats can you get around it? What is it? Is there going to be a presentation? You can start doing your speech again.
I would suggest getting like Jose and all them to prop up the event too. Jose didn't mention it once today. I was surprised.
That might be why. Blue might have told him he's cancelled it.
Maybe he didn't do enough marketing, putting it out there. Jose and all them didn't, talk about it enough. Maybe Nathan Oakley could talk about it. You guys could. I'm sure you could get enough interest.
I never heard any mention of it.
I think you guys could get enough interest.
How many people come to our events? Well, when we went to Bedford last time, let's see, how many was there? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There was 6 of us. And then, of course, Rumpus Farmer's Boy and the guy that introduced himself as the enemy. Those three as well, but they didn't hang around. So I guess 6 and 3. That's 9. How many did Blue have last time? This time? How many did Blue cancel because he didn't have anybody? He only put it out 3 days ago, right? And he's cancelled it because nobody took him up. That's not right, Blue.
I call.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, what day is it? Ooh, 20 to 12. UK time. Anybody got any, Obviously, it's Model Affliction Monday and nobody's going to come in with a Model Affliction. They just stick to the chat. We might have to rename Model Affliction Monday into something else. Thanks if you've donated to the security fund. As you can see, the people in the chat are definitely showing that whether they're joking or not, whether they could use it and say that they were just joking. I think that's the sort of idea that they're going for. They're trying to normalize this intimidation technique that they have, where they just sort of blatantly lie about people. And when people who blatantly lie about people for fun get hold of your address and your family name and all of that sort of stuff, then who knows what can happen? Whether they're joking or telling the truth, or whether somebody that watches what they do, who doesn't understand that they're only joking, thinks I'll do it for them. I live round there. It'll be good fun to do that stuff that they were joking about. I mean, who knows? Who knows what happens? But I do know there's a group of people that definitely, unless they're bots, unless Google has made some bots that do this sort of trolling, intimidation trolling, accusation trolling, and it's sort of replying to it and say, no, I'm not, is probably why they keep doing it. Because then you eventually get tired saying, no, I'm not doing that, that's not right. They think it's funny. I think it's funny to have their own fantasies and write them down. Some of them might actually believe the fantasies they've got, though. I can believe it, that there are people that imagine that these things that they're saying are true. Oh, yeah, well done, Blue. Blue says, I'll put out a new announcement complete with this bullshit for all to hear. You clowns totally showed who you are, lol, good old idiots. Well done. I guess Blue needs a little bit more content, so clip a bit away, Blue, put a bit of a donkey there somewhere or something. get your mitt gloves out. Slap yourself in the face with your oven mitts a few times to prepare yourself. Put out your thing and let us know. We were looking forward to it. Next level day out at the campus. It's always good to get a few people together. I know it's much easier in the UK because we only have a little tiny country, but no doubt any chance we get to have a meet-up of any of the next level guys. I think I'd be happy to meet anyone. Anytime, if available, obviously. I've met quite a few people already. Unfortunately, I won't be able to go to the University of Tennessee to see that. It's too big of a trip. But it's definitely on the bucket list. Seismomadish. I've never seen one. In reality, you know. I don't know how many people have. Can you get to touch it, or is it going to have those like little rope things blocking it at the side? Like the Mona Lisa. I was hoping that we could get cameras in there, Blue, so we could see your presentation. How long it took you to make and how you measured the earthquakes.
There should be a plaque next to it, no? This was built at this date by this person.
Yeah.
Dual function, first Cavendish ever to have a dual function.
Yeah, the first ever seismomadish.
Yeah.
In a university setting.
Gravity and earthquake detection all in one.
Yeah. I think he said that the university had checked it. And they said they've got the same earthquake measurements.
No way.
Something like that. They got, yeah, it's similar to Blue.
Wow. Was it the earthquake though, or the gravity?
It does gravity.
Well, yeah, that's apparently what. Yeah,
I
the balls attracting
the earthquakes. Yeah.
Oh no, that was a unexpected second function that they discovered during the experimentation.
No way. No,
Yeah,
he didn't build it to detect earthquakes.
As far as I know, no.
Oh, I thought that's why he retired it. Like he made it, and then he's like, finally, I've got myself a fucking earthquake out of it. Boom, pack it up, send it away, get it to the university.
There's a possibility that I'm wrong, but no, I thought that was like an unexpected experimental result.
Oh, well, that's good. Well, Blue will be doing a video about it anyway. When he's in his presentation, hopefully. Maybe what we could do is, if Blue can't make it there, maybe you could get like a screen and play his video in front of it, and then play his presentation at the front of the room for him.
Yeah, but there has to be a plaque, you know? Like a bronze plaque. Built by Blue, 2020. Dual purpose, first time in history. Able to detect gravity and earthquakes.
It detects the room moving when earthquakes are available, right?
Yeah, yep. I think that's what he said. Yep.
So that's a new method of detecting earthquakes. Isolating itself from the room, measuring the room moving.
History in the making.
Yeah. To a world's famous Buster theme tune. Soundtrack playing in the distance.
With Chick-fil-A and nuggets. Smell in the air. Oh, man.
Peri peri dip.
Them Southerners, they have some hospitality. I'll tell you.
I'm jealous now, right? I know we did the water level test and we've got Bedford and all of that, but I want to go and see Buster live. Seismomadish. Could even write a song about it. Seismomadish. It sounds like it should belong in a song somewhere, shouldn't it?
Science, music, and nuggets. Wow.
Yeah, we need the tailgate party at the Seismomadish. It's the Swiss Army knife of Cavendish.
Yeah.
Blues cancelled it, Buster.
What?
Yeah, cancelled it early because nobody took his offer up.
Oh.
When he says nobody, what he means is none of the ballers. They don't give a shit about him.
So wait a minute, George is willing to go over to the UK, but he won't go to Tennessee to see Blues Cavendish, Seismomadish.
Yeah. Yeah, Emma's got a bigger lure than Blues balls. I mean, I don't blame
Oh dear. Oh man, yeah. Oh man, balls in the shed.
Yeah, you said that wrong, Buster. He's willing to go to the UK, but he's not willing to go to Tennessee to see Blues balls.
Well, I thought that's what I said. I may have said it backwards. I got a bit of a head cold.
Yeah, blame it on the head cold, sure.
Yeah.
He wants to come and see Emma rather than Blues balls. I don't think George is gonna come though. You might be better with that. Go and see Blue.
It'd be a better road trip for Kong rather than going on that long plane ride. You hear Kong's getting old, like my God.
Oh no.
That's going to be hard on him.
I think Blue might have the campus police in his pocket. He must be a big man. Look, he says, run on down there. The campus police will be happy to show you some special parts of the campus. You might even get a free room and board for a couple of days.
Almost sounds like a threat.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, can the campus police do that to you?
Aren't they just kind of like rent-a-cops, like mall cops? Can they
lock you up for a couple of days?
Yeah. Is that the way it works in the States, Buster? Can the campus police put you in jail? Or are they more like rent-a-cops?
I don't think so. I think they're just like mall cops. They have to call the actual police.
Isn't it the geeky guy that eats by himself at lunchtime that becomes the campus police? Like, stop, security! Security! You need to stop, sir! I got security on my shirt. I don't know. Maybe it's different in the States. You guys are all kind of gun crazy.
Sorry, guys.
Oh no, sorry, I was just going on about campus police. I think that's funny as hell. You can't go there, sir. That's reserved for blues balls, sir. You need to leave that area. Sir, that's for blues balls, sir. Please step away from blues balls, sir. Don't touch blues balls. I'm going to arrest you now, sir. That's the way I see that one going down.
Yeah, normal service will be resumed tomorrow. This is just obviously us letting everybody know what's going on. And what's going on is there's a group of people that have been around in this arena. Well, we've been asking questions and trying to talk to people about their models and how to prove, if you can, whether level is curved or straight. We've got a test to show a straight line segment. Nobody really wants to look at it. They can't understand it. And because of that, this group of people, as we've shown in the chat earlier, they have no shame. They think they're joking about, but I don't know. I don't know whether I believe that there are enough sick, twisted people in the group of people that I know that would actually do this sort of stuff, and they'd take pleasure out of it. And there's a group of people that would take pleasure out of people doing that, recorded it. So this, if you are coming into this, come into it with open eyes that there are people that will literally attack you. They will intimidate you. And they will enjoy doing it. Because, like they say, they run this shit. Which means, I think, they control the narrative, they control the trolls, they control what people do, they control the arguments. They think they control you. And they think they can control you. And if you're not aware of it, they might be controlling you. There's a lot of people like that nowadays that think that they can control people by arguments, suggestions, coercive tactics. There's all sorts of different ways that people can influence you. I hope to be able to expose the shitty tactics that get used, and hope to be able to influence people to be able to see these tactics more for themselves, because most of the time most people don't see these things. Nobody's really bothered about it before because we've been expecting it. Most people, I think, in this arena know that we are the type of people that don't really retaliate. I mean, what's the use? These people show exactly who they are by us just being who we are. They wouldn't come in the text chat, in the YouTube text chat and in the Discord text chat saying this sort of stuff if it wasn't. I mean, it's not for a comedy routine. They're not funny. Not in the slightest bit funny. Or I don't think. I mean, maybe I have a different sense of humour. I don't find any of this sort of stuff funny, and I think they've been doing it for years. It's why there's no new people. Well, actually, I can't really say that there's no new people. There is new people. I'm talking to them. They're in this chat. So there are new people, but not as many as there should be. So a lot of people get drove away from conversations. We just want to talk, because that's where I think me personally, progress by talking to people. Every type of people. Come and have... Oh, sorry, George. You can't come and have a chat. That's right. You've been banned for doxing. Literally doxing. Showing people's houses is intimidation, George. I know George would be the last person for anybody to think is intimidation. But I think George got told to do it. Somebody must have told George that, I tell you what'll be a good idea, George. Go and post this picture over there. Bad move, George. Whoever did that made you the poster person for actual doxing with intent for intimidation. Nobody was actually intimidated by you, George, but no doubt the idea is for you to get your upstanding within your group of people, whoever told you to post it. Shameful, George. They shouldn't have told you to do that. They shouldn't be taking advantage of a senile old man who's going a little bit funny. I blame the people who told you to do it, George, and if nobody told you to do it and you did it on your own, then you're a piece of shit. Foolish. Imagine the nerve of him to come in here as though he's not done anything wrong.
Shameless, completely shameless scum.
George, you posted a picture of somebody's fucking house. And now, because you did that, George, everybody thinks now if somebody says their name, it's okay for people to intimidate other people and start posting pictures of their houses. And if if they're not actually doing it, they can just threaten to do it. Because everybody knows George actually did it. So everybody else can actually use intimidation tactics because George was the one that actually did it. Yeah, Margaret Thatcher. Bev is intimidated enough to have started a go. Yeah, I've got a family. People like George actually post pictures of people's houses. I don't know why. Why on earth would anybody want to do that? Unless it's to intimidate people. So I think it's only right that I have a camera facing the front of the road just in case I can take a picture of people that are taking pictures of my house. At least I've got some backup in case anything does happen.
Well, to be fair, George is going your direction. Maybe he's coming to visit you and you don't want him to.
He did. He said he was coming to Blackpool.
Yeah.
And Southport.
So if he's taking pictures of other people's houses, why wouldn't he do it to you? Well, he's there with his dog. Seems reasonable to me.
It's nothing to do about the shape of the earth, this, mate. This show tonight is about models and model affliction and how people have to intimidate other people to shut down a conversation about a straight line. Not to do about the shape of the earth, other than a load of triggered people. But there's no need to get upset. Been going for quite a bit tonight. We've done quite well. There's quite a lot of viewers. I'm sure a lot of people will be more aware of the tactics of people that people use within this conversation.
Yep. Look what has happened to these mighty once warriors. They're defeated old. I don't even know what to call them anymore.
Wow.
Disgraceful human beings resorting to these tactics. And the reason why we're talking about them is because they need to be exposed. That's why we're talking about them.
All right, check this one out. This is, I'm guessing Mark Taylor saying, "Are you too small to defend your family? Why would I need to defend my family?" Is that not intimidation? I'm not too sure. Is it because people might be, posting pictures of the people's houses, or why would I need to defend my family? I mean, what? I'm guessing it's just a joke, right? These people are just joking. They don't actually mean anything about that. No, truth for all, this is not about a model for flat earthers. Flat earthers are free to come in and talk about their model if they want. It's Model Affliction Monday. But there's not many flat earthers in here. Like, there is not many globe earthers. There's just people who live in reality. And then there's a lot of people that have a model that get upset. This is a gossip show. It's not. It's the model affliction that makes people do this. Why do you think George is coming in here? Why was George posting pictures of people's houses? Why is Mark Taylor and all of that so upset? George says in the live stream, "I was not sure who owned the house, but you guys have now confirmed it for me. I scrubbed all info of addresses and GPS coordinates before posting, so no one would know." Just a random picture of a house then, George. The image was posted to show that boasting ass Rakia, how is the master of concrete man, has a concrete approach that looks like shit. Great work there, Rakia. I would hire you, lol. So he's admitting it.
Oh yeah, shameless.
George.
Absolutely shameless.
Yeah, doesn't even realise it. He actually posted a picture of somebody's house. Thinks it's okay to just do that sort of stuff. George, you're a sick man. Why do that? Don't know. I had to remind everybody, George, that you were the man that got Brian Mullins, wasn't it? George, that was George Nutsack that intimidated Brian Mullins, unless you were his mate and just sending him a Christmas card or something. But yeah, you've got previous, George. You've got history for doing this. Not so sure it'll be as successful this time as it was last time. I hope I'm okay. If I'm still around. If I'm not around, you know where to look. And which people are the ones that don't give a shit. The ones that are doing the intimidation. The ones that are posting pictures of people. I'm being proud of it, coming back to the YouTube chat. Maybe at the request of somebody else. Anybody got any final words? We'll wrap up Monday night. I've had enough of this one.
Yes, I have some final words. I would like to say, the sweet smell of jealousy is in the air. Ah, yeah, Pinkertons being triggered and jealous. It's beautiful. Thank you for listening.
I'd like to say our plan worked pretty well. Who's trolling who? Thanks, George.
Yeah, and I would just like to say, the guy that says, why are you bringing up Brian Mullins when everyone knows you're called Sly's old work? Not got a clue who you're talking about. I've never called anybody's work for any reason. I'm guessing you've been listening to lying people that just bullshit for fun and then tell you that they lie and bullshit for fun. It's just a joke to them. Whereas it's real people. I know people have slandered me saying that I've done things that I definitely haven't. Oh, look, there you go as well, George. Just before we have to go. Nice one. Thank you very much, George. Says, the image was given to me as possibly Rakir's place. The shitty concrete work got my attention, so decided to make fun of him as he harassed me trying to talk to Emma and others last night, asshole. So because George felt that you harassed him, somebody handed him a picture like we suspected. Somebody handed George a picture and George came over here and doxed. You've been fooled into doing something, George, that's, I'd say, exposed everybody as how easy it is to manipulate some people. Some people are just puppets, George, that do things that other people can't do themselves. Puppets for people. There's quite a few of those, it looks like. He's got the police chief. Do you want the police chief for Rakir for Blue? He says he's going to give you the number. Okay.
Yeah, I told him I would love the number. Maybe he would know where the event would be held and how to get a permit. Sure, send the number right over. I'll call him tomorrow. They can't. They think they're intimidating. They're weak, pathetic trolls. It's weird.
Well, okay. Bust the song to finish. Anybody? We started with one chance.
Just saying thanks, Brad. Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah, thanks, John. Logos. It's got quite a few views, this one, Logos. So, thanks for watching tonight, and thanks for putting up with us. It may seem like a bit of a different sort of stream. It will be back to usual tomorrow. This is a one-off, just to let everybody know exactly what's going on. And may the trolls be triggered. And keep your model safe in your mind. We'll see you tomorrow. Logic Night. World's famous Buster playing us out.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. become an agent of the low guys. We are the agents of the low guys.